$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are going to be covering EWC Asia today. We are in the closed qualifiers demo. My name is XR Troika, joined here on the cast by Demo. Demo, how are you looking forward to getting stuck around some Siege today?
Yeah, a bit of Asia, something that isn't really our forte, to say, Ollie, but look, I'm excited for it. I think it's always a region which is really starting to come into its own, where you're getting a lot more competition. It's not just the same one team anymore that maybe what we're used to. We're now in a situation where there's a lot of competitors in this region.
Absolutely, and you know, you say that we maybe haven't covered much Asia specifically in the league play, but we've certainly seen these guys at majors of late, and have passed really. We're going to be looking at some top tier teams that make no mistake of it here today. Let's have a quick look at our overview for the day. Obviously, EWC is more than just Siege. There are 21 games going down in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia between the 3rd of July and August the 25th. And there is a serious chunk of prize money on the line, an incentive for organizations to win in more than one game, Demo.
Yeah, obviously the more games that you're playing in from an organization standpoint, that gives you the possibility of being the best club at the competition, and you will be getting an extra bit of bonus there as well. Don't forget player bounties as well. There's going to be some individual awards for the best players in their respective games. I'm sure there's a certain Frenchman who would love to be back on that range again, Ollie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're referring there to Shaiko. Obviously, he was successful for Siege in previous years for MVP awards and things of that nature. So plenty to look out for, and a lot of esports to get around over the next couple of months. Let's have a look at where we are specifically here today, though. We're obviously dealing with Rainbow Six Siege. We have been through the open qualifiers, and we are now in the closed qualifiers. You can see there that the allocation is split up by region. So for Brazil, 3 North America, 3 for Europe, and then 1 for our air quote sub-region. So LATAM, Asia, South Korea, Japan, Oceania, and MENA, I believe that is. So we've got ourselves to the point there where we have decided who's going to be in the closed. We're now running through the closed. Then we move to the group stage, and then it all kicks off later on for the EWC playoffs, Demo.
Yeah, this is just the phase that we go through, just getting all of the teams that we can. Obviously, a lot bigger than what we've had in previous years as well, Ollie. We're expanding that, double the teams who will be headed out to Riyadh. But for us, it's the one spot that Asia get. That's what we're going to be focused on here today. And yeah, we'll see, how the Asian side's doing and who will be their lone representative going to the competition.
Absolutely. There will only be one advancing through today. I think we've probably got something to take a quick look at that as well. But these games, a couple of them did get played off stream yesterday, Demo.
Yeah.
So we have already whittled it down from 8 to 4, and we will be covering on stream today 1 semi-final and then the grand final to decide who goes through and who secures their place in Riyadh.
Yeah, like you mentioned, already been played. We had all, I would say the kind of big teams, the expected winners win the game. So we haven't had an upset in the kind of first three phases, which I don't know if that's a good thing or is that a bad thing. It's always nice to see a bit of an underdog coming in, but at the same time, it's the expected winners have moved on. So it's almost just that's business as usual, isn't it?
I mean, some of these teams have been used to throwing an upset around themselves, Demo. Don't forget. We're dealing with a region that has made it to international events. We're talking about teams like Bleed, Direwolves, Fury, and Elevate. And they're no strangers to throwing the odd upset in there themselves. But yesterday, they were not upset at all. As we can see for our bracket here, the games that went down yesterday, we had Bleed versus Rival. Now, that was a 2-0 win. It was 7-1, 7-1. Bleed absolutely breezed through that fixture. Then we look toward the second game. That was Direwolves versus Knock Knock. A little bit closer. Direwolves very convincing on their maps. However, they did let an Oregon slip to max OT and lose it, causing them to go to 3, but they still got it done. Fury played Prevail. Again, fairly business as usual from them, 7-1, 7-5. And then Elevate, they went up against No Cap and another 3 mapper there. A little bit less convincing, but still getting the job done. It did go to max OT in the last map, though, so could quite easily be sat here and Elevate not be here, but they made it. So that means that today we're going to be covering on stream Bleed Esports versus Direwolves and then the grand final. Both the semi-finals will be getting played at the same time, so Elevate and Fury will be getting played at the same time as this game that we're going to be covering, Bleed Direwolves, and then we will meet in the grand final, Demo.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we don't get to see Elevate versus Fury, because again, that'll be a great game. But then if we were covering that game, Ollie, we start thinking, oh, if only we could see Bleed versus Direwolves. So either which way you looked at it, it's 2 great series. Sadly, we can't cover them both, but we went for the Bleed game. I think there's a bit more of a buzz around Bleed, just based off, the transfer that they've had. And of course, they're the team with the most recent success, because they were the team that represented this region at the major in Manchester. So I think it's only right that we go with Bleed first.
Absolutely. It's a team that's had quite a lot of international exposure, so we are expecting them to do quite well here. Let's have a look and see where we are going to be headed. We are going to be running a 9-map pool, and we are going to be headed to Oregon, Nighthaven, and Cafe, Demo. Now, a couple of these maps got played yesterday.
It did. If I'm not mistaken, Bleed went to both of these maps yesterday against Rival. So they're obviously going to be feeling really confident, considering it was a 7-1, 7-1. But then equally, Direwolves also played both those maps also. So they're equally going to be pretty confident. However, Direwolves did lose on Oregon to Knock Knock. So there is that element to it. Again, both of these teams, they weren't played on stream. So in terms of what analysts could do with actually researching, doing the map review, they're not going to have that. So both teams are going to be really confident knowing that whatever they showed yesterday, the team they're playing here today will not know what they've done.
Yeah, it's pretty well hidden in the vault. However, a 7-1's a 7-1. Now, you've got to give Bleed a little bit of credit for that. Obviously, the caliber of the team that they're going up against maybe isn't the same level as Direwolves will be today, but we know them historically to be a decent team over on Nighthaven anyway. It's a map that they've got a 3-0 win record in over at Manchester. So it was a map that they were pretty confident in. Oregon, second preference map for them as well at the Manchester Major. Obviously, that's the only sort of data that we can really go off at the moment, because you start looking back at stage 1 and stuff like that, and it's almost just a little bit too old at this point with how the game has moved on. So on paper, doesn't look too bad for Bleed. Obviously, Direwolves played these maps yesterday as well. Did manage to scrape a win over on Oregon, but I believe we are going to be looking at Nighthaven first. One of my favorite maps, Demo.
Yeah, Labs, I think it is a great map for really the teams who feel as though they're confident in their attacking display. I think defense is pretty easy, for what you can do with the wall denial, but I think the teams who are really confident in what they can do in the attack, I think there's great strategies. I think there's great rush strategies as well. A lot of shield play, of course, coming into this mess. You'll see a lot of that on Labs. I wouldn't be surprised to see the multi-bans coming in. So it's one of those maps which has just really cemented itself as a really solid map in this pool. And sometimes you don't really can say that about new maps that come in. You look at the likes of Theme Park that kind of came back into the pool, and it didn't, 2 years it kind of lasted. I think Labs is going to be here for a very, very long time, Ollie. So, yeah, I think it's a great way to kick things off. If I'm not mistaken, it will be Dyer will start in the defense. So, he's going to be a big bonus for them. But then I'm pretty sure Bleed yesterday, they started on the attack in their game. So they're a team that are happy enough to start an attack on Nighthaven.
Absolutely, and you know, you've mentioned there that this Bleed roster happy enough to start an attack. That's what they're going to be doing here and now today, so they are going to have to prove themselves there as well. But you're expected to play a decent amount on both sides. There's that shield ban that you were referencing, Demo. It is going to come out here. Monty will be removed by Direwolves, excuse me. How will Bleed respond here? Maybe a Dokkaebi, something of that nature. There it is. The Dokkaebi is going to get taken out. And they are going to back that one up as well. Monty, so powerful. Still, Demo.
I mean, look, it's one of those where you still have Blitz up. You know, if you still need a shield, you still have that with Blitz. Can be great at taking towards Aquarium, for example. But yeah, Monty, just the information, the way that he can go aggressive now, it's you can't really kill him unless you have the correct operator, such as a Smoke. A Legion obviously is going to be very strong against the Monty as well. So yeah, he's just, we've seen these bans all over the place. You know, this is just how the meta is. You've seen what he's done at the major. So he is, in my opinion, the best operator in the game right now. So no surprise to see him get banned away. I mentioned before, wall denial is a big thing. There's one of them taken out, so Tabaro gone, but there is still the Cade, there is still the Bandit. But we have a Maverick on board, we have a Thatcher on board. Impact DMPs, of course, can come in, so there shouldn't be any issues from an attacking standpoint. I think Tabaro plus Cade is always going to be a bit of an issue, because there's like, how do you play around that? Really, Mavericks you only hope, but then you have to bring Maverick, and we've seen before, Ollie, you start drilling Maverick calls, the C4 is going to get tossed. It's not safe on this map, so yeah, I think it's solid bans. I think quite good for the attack, just based on the Tabaro ban.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Speaking of changes, there's going to be a couple today. The UI has been updated. It's been updated for a while now, but there hasn't been loads of competitive Siege streamed recently. So this is going to be at least my first time casting over the new UI demo.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the first person to actually use the new AI was Tom J. Sherlock, Ollie, believe it or not.
I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I think he did like a little custom, didn't he?
He did. Also, since you're on the topic of changes, there's a change for Bleed.
I was going to say that there's changes across the board. There's some changes for Direwolves as well. We've got Leader coming in on the side of Bleed. Someone that I know you're very fond of, Demo.
Nice. My mate Jake. Look, big career choice for him. He had, a few offers coming in. Could have remained in Europe, for example. But he thinks Bleed's the best option for him. It can give him, I think a good challenge. Obviously Bleed's different region, different siege than what obviously he's used to playing against, in the Europe region. But then again, he's also been, in towards Mana as well. We've seen him in Falcons, for example. So it is going to be a bit of I would say a game changer for him, where he is coming across and he has to make a big impact in a different region. But I think he's meshed really well with the team. I think they need an upgrade. They needed somebody who can almost bring them into the modern era with the way he can shot call extremely well in the current meta. I think Leader, the way he shot calls, is very similar to how the Brazilians do, where if he sees an opening, he just goes for it. The traditional kind of EU siege that you would see from some teams, he doesn't play like that. He plays fast, he plays aggressive. And as we know, he's got the players who can do that. You've got Turd. We've seen the crazy shenanigans this guy can get up to. You've got Reaps, who at the moment is just an unbelievable gunner. He's got the players around who can play the siege that he wants to.
Harambe going to be the first to fall. I believe Direwolves are playing with a 4-man roster and Harambe is the coach. Could be incorrect on that though, but that is my understanding of things, so certainly worth keeping an eye on here. We still have a good deal of impact there from the cameras. Third, he's been taken out early on as well and still vying for control here of top warehouse. Leader going to get greeted by the Flash for a brief time, and
that's not fun.
It is going to slow him down a little bit. Needs Flores to come through now and do a little bit of work on this back end. Hoven Going to be using those Terror drones to gain a little bit of information, remove that bulletproof camera, give option for a backstab later on.
Oh, no. No, they tried to jump in to take out the Clash, but Frostmat has saved the life of the Clash. But kills just keep trading out, and Hoven's in the bomb site.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Where was Direwolves? How have they allowed him just to walk in through Fish? A 1v2, but one thing to point out, Ollie, is Hoven doesn't have the diffuser. It's in the hands of Reaps, and he has to cross paths with Souffle. But no, another Frostbat went off. Reaps is in one. He can get himself out of it, of course, but this is just causing so many issues for them. Oh, is the lineup there? He's so low. Reaps goes down. Hoven has to clutch up. A 1v1. Hoven sees him. 10 seconds. Has to make the push, and Hoven gets it. Oh, my word, Ollie. In the first round, we've almost had a disaster round from Bleed, but Hoven steps up for his team.
I mean, you could almost call it a disaster round from Direwolves, to be honest with you, with the way that it went down. Hoven positioned himself perfectly at the top of those Fish stairs, playing on the Flores. He can deal with all of what is in his way. He's got an Aruni laser gate, he's got barbed wire on the floor, and he's got a bulletproof camera on the far wall. And it's just as simple as one by one. When the distraction's going down, Leader fully taking the attention of the Clash, threatening onto that top warehouse door. And it just really allowed Hoven. I think, Direwolves kind of forgot about it. We thought we've invested so much utility over there. It's very unlikely anyone's going to get through. But in the chaos, that's exactly where Hoven does choose to strike. Picks himself up 4 kills. Reaps grabbing that last kill as well. Not quite an 8, but still a 4K in an opening round here on the attack of Nighthaven. It's going to feel pretty good for Bleed.
Not very often, Ollie, that we see 2 Frostmats in the one round. We see the odd one. Always funny. But
You just
2?
hear it. You hear that clunk and your heart just sinks, right?
Oh. I think it would have been more of an issue if it was Hoven. Because Souffle obviously would have been in like a better position to capitalize on like a Hoven down more so than the Reaps one, because the Reaps one was like just right on the garage door, just where the Clash was almost playing. That was where it was. But you actually look at the general attack there from Bleed. They just wanted to, do the basics, get the main wall open, start pressuring in towards Fish, just generic stuff of what we see from Nighthaven. But obviously they had to go up against the Clash. That was almost the roadblock for them. And, they just thought, oh, we can just jump in the garage window and just kill the Clash. That's where the Frostmat was big. So it shows maybe a little bit of lack of droning from Bleed to kick things off. And what on earth was Pekan going for there?
Well, he was going for something. It didn't quite work out there. Harambe is going to find the trade there. Might be on for a second here. He's got a lot of potential for flanking on this top floor. There is a presence from Bleed up here, but time is really of the essence when you're attacking onto the basement. You don't want to be spending too much of it on that roam clear. You can see a drone just working ahead of him right now. Likely is going to spot him out there. Some good thorough droning from the side of Bleed, but it doesn't look like he's done here. It looks like he can try and stay for a little bit longer, but as you mentioned, he's going to get caught out there on the death mark. Swung's coming in now. They know exactly where he is. He's going to get swung and dealt with. Pretty time efficient there from Bleed. It did cost them a bit of utility, but they can now turn their attention to the site.
Oh, they can still track more, of course. This Mozzie know exactly where he is in towards vending. It's a good trade from Bleed. 2 for 1. You're losing the Jackal, who's only really there to hunt the roamers. You've done that. You've got 2 kills. But there are still more roamers that they have to try and go for. You'll see this a lot, is that one guy will play in vending and another guy towards stairs. And it's almost the vending guy will bait for the player on the stairs just to try and get a kill. Because that stairs, you have great angles onto either door, the double door and the single door coming in. But they've now thought, okay, a minute left. Let's just go back. Let's just try and hold the site. They haven't really opened up any of the walls. I believe now they've opened up something. I did hear a Selma charge go off. So it's just a matter of fact of what are Bleed going to go for. They've kind of left the roamers. There is still this kind of one late flank coming in from Big J. But at the moment for Bleed, they're not really interested now. They've got what they wanted, which is, I believe, just the Animus hatch, Ollie. Just the garage hatch. That's all they want.
We've still got these players out on the roam. We've got the Mozzie still getting tracked out there by the death mark. And Big J on the flank here. 20 seconds left. It is being covered vertically there. The plant will start to go down, and Bleed They took exactly what they needed and nothing more, picking up that last kill just through one of the Maverick holes. Pretty clinical execute there from Bleed.
Yeah, look, it just shows the power of Ram. You know, we've seen Ram be banned out of Nighthaven a lot, and it's specifically just for the basement. Look at all of the flooring that was ripped open. Every angle was covered. They didn't even open up the main breach. All they did was just drill little Maverick holes into the double wall, and all that does is that you almost have like 4 holes, and you can just pick up, you know, out of any of the 4, and it just causes that kind of, oh, which one do I go for? Almost whack-a-mole kind of scenario, I think, for the players of Direwolves, and they couldn't play against it. Whenever all the verticals open, there's nowhere safe to sit that you can still deny that plant. Everywhere's going to be covered off. You have one guy holding up the cargo flank. Just, yeah, everything right there was perfect complete. They dealt with the roamers well. The roamers did very little apart from get 1 open kill, but then they traded 2 for it. Yeah, it's just right now, it's all Bleed, and it's up to Direwolves to see what they can do. Again, keep in mind, this is supposed to be defender-sided.
10 seconds to go.
It is, and so far Bleed have found 2 rounds of success.
5 seconds.
Going to be bringing a very similar lineup here. You can see a couple of 6 picks coming out there. Particularly keep your eye on Hobbin, on the Flores, who is the impact player in round number 1. We'll be bringing old Deimos this time as well, just to assist in that roam game. It does seem as though Direwolves are just trying to play a little bit looser, at least in that last round, and anchoring on the site didn't really work out too well for them in round number 1. It did come down to a 1 versus 2, but with no Frost this time, you almost failed to see how it could get to that point, because it was mainly the Frost that credited them with that position that they got themselves in. No clash either, so holding on to Warehouse could be a little bit trickier. Bleed see some of the options that are available to them here. It could be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, there's no Cade, there's no Bandit on the board.
Attackers have dropped the
Nothing
bomb.
really stopping Leader, just moving in, opening up the walls. Opening pick for Direwolves. They've done the same in the last time they were up here, but very swiftly has been traded back for 2. Look at that response from Bleed All. I always think that's a measure of a great team. You know, you lose a kill and then you get 2 back in return.
Doesn't even give chance for the man count to really have any effect at all, does it? Rambe there going to be stuck out, just getting Rotero.
A roaming
dog. Really move around there too much. Great C4 from Seal from below. Going to take Mentalist down. Rambe still feeling the heat here though. Tracked out on the death mark. Knows where the Deimos is. He's going to try and take that challenge, but Seal's doing a lot of the hard work for him. The nade, it's going to displace him, and it gives Turd a chance to pick up the kill, but 3! The 2 full on the round. Seal, he's going to pick up that finisher. Fantastic round there from Direwolves. Really doing a good job of turning their attention to where it was required, and I think going below for those little C4 plays, and you questioned the roaming dock demo. It worked out in the end.
Yeah, he walks up the cargo stairs and eliminates Leader on the breach. The situation there for Bleed is they just didn't really group up. It looked to be very individualized. There was no trades coming back in. You know, look at CJ. He didn't really move his feet.
Attackers need to locate
You know, he
and
just kind of
defuse as many bombs as they
stood
can.
there and just turned on a dime. You know, I think whenever you look at rafters, for example, that should be an area that is going to be so easy for the attackers to take once that main wall's opened. So I don't really know how he's just allowed to stand there and just pick up kill after kill.
Yeah, it's not something that really should be allowed, is it? But gets Direwolves a round up there. They can start to get themselves into this series. Don't forget, it's best of 3. There's a lot of siege to be played here. Very early days. Bleed taking a couple of rounds in the first 2 of the opening map. Doesn't really mean too much. You can't read too far into that. A lot comes down to this round though, because Direwolves have taken us upstairs and they've been successful there. They failed inside of round 1. They were successful in round 3. Another 4 comes along, back down to the basement. Now the roam game didn't quite work out. It was very easily dealt with by Bleed. It cost them a body and a little bit of utility, but they got it done. going to commit to this roam game again, which it looks like they are because we've got reinforcements upstairs, we've got players in and around those areas. I was going to have to try and hold on for a little bit longer this time.
I just love that element of just using the Maverick to make as many holes as you can. Always keep your opponent guessing. So I think it's a great little strategy for anyone out there. Just pick it up if you're on the labs. You don't really want to open the wall fully because it is quite dangerous, but just do it enough. Fenrir's been brought in. Ollie's a bit strange to see. And also the Solus 2 operators, Ollie, that I honestly thought were going to be killed off after the changes, but here they both are. Fenrir, of course, losing 3 of his traps, which is a big hit to him. And also you can just shoot them off. They don't have to be active anymore to be destroyed. And then Solus losing a lot of range, a lot of time as well with that gadget. But it's both of them. Gonna see if they can make it work here. But speaking of Fenrir, gone already.
Drone acquired, direct hit.
Not having the lasting impact that you would really like out of that operator in round number 4. Big J going to be sent there to the cameras. Seal. In a serious rat position right now. You can hear the footsteps around him.
Uh-oh.
He's going to pick his time to strike. The Lion Scan will root him in place briefly. Reeves, he's found one, but look at him go. Picks himself up one, but fluffs it on the second. It's only a down as well, but will be confirmed. Mentalist is left on 3 HP. What's he going to be able to do? Seal really coming alive in the mid portion. Hoven stuck out on the drone. And gather himself a bit of info, but with defenders split between the floors, it's going to be so difficult for him to pull this off with 45 seconds left. That drone hasn't told him loads either, and the amount of sheer amount of vertical that's available, he's going to be very susceptible to that as well. Picks up the first. Going to start here on the charge. A little bit of a standoff upstairs as well. Seal getting himself into a duel with Mentalist. Mentalist has no HP to speak of. Can't tank a single shot. And Harambe is going to see to it that he doesn't. That distraction, however, has allowed Hoven a little bit of space to get himself in. 10 seconds, no diffuser, no chance of a plank going down. It's all going to come down to the 1v1 on site. It's going to be Seal. Look at that final kill.
Oh, Seal, you've gotten away with absolute murder. How has he been allowed just to sit in storage with no drones coming near him? Is it the case if you're bringing in a Mozzie and a Solus combination? I don't know, Ollie, because I'm seeing, 6 drones still left up for Bleed at that time. There's still more than enough to do the drone work. It just feels very sloppy, that from Bleed again. We kind of touched on it during, I think it was the first round, that, there's a few kills being given away just down to sloppy droning. And there it is again, and this time it's even more of an issue because the Mozzie has essentially gotten 2 kills. Yes, he didn't kill the Maverick. I think that's the downside of playing the Roni. You only have 17 bullets. But still, the damage was done. He was able to cause all that issues. And then with it. I think the issue as well, they sent the guy above and he died as well.
Yeah. I think he tried to get a little bit flashy with it. It was like...
Well, he tried to hold it, didn't he? Yeah.
There's a guy moving. Do we shoot him first? Do we try and flick one guy in the head? He tried to flick the guy in the head, missed, then dumped a load of bullets. It wasn't the cleanest, Yeah. But it gets the job done. 2-2. Doesn't matter if it isn't clean. If it gets the job done, then it does not matter. Open pick. Capcan will be removed. Capcan, of course, one of the many operators in Siege that still has quite a bit of value after they have been taken out, provided they have placed down all of their entry denial devices.
I think he spawn peeked, I'm pretty sure as well, because Hoven's taken a bit of damage. I don't know if you should be spawn peek whenever you've kind of got a bit of momentum now. You've got 2 rounds back. You didn't do any spawn peeking to get those rounds in your favor. So it just seems a little bit foolish. Another one very swiftly comes in from Bleed. Now they have a 2-man advantage, and there's still 2 minutes to go. Dire Wolves have went for, again, this heavy roam setup, but Bleed are just winning their engagements. I think that's always one thing that we looked at this Bleed team and thought, if they don't have anything, they'll have gun skill. Oh, great shot from Harambe.
Talking about gun skill. Harambe finds a good one there over onto lead and nearly gets one on the pre-fire onto the barricade as well. Really just seems as though his role in this team at the moment is just to do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
You know, play, just play
He's the
around
coach,
the rest
he
of
makes
the
the
players. Exactly, just get him out there on the roam and let him do whatever he likes. And I've got a drop on into sight, and Harambe, he's out of the action for the time being. He's gonna have to make that rotation back down. Not entirely sure if it's going to be safe for him, but Seal is going to be feeling the pinch here. Hops up from behind the half, taken down by Turd. User in Hoven's hands, and Harambe is going to be caught out on the top floor. Has an option for a bit of vert here, but his position given away, and Turd to collect that final kill as well.
Straight to business from Bleed. They see the opening and they go for it. You know, they don't need to mess around with the timing. They just see it's open for them. They get the 2 kills and they're straight into business. Another thing is, I'm still not used to the flashbangs going to black rather than white.
Very strange.
It feels like, I'm sure you've played the hit game Skyrim before.
No.
Oh, all right, well. Then my knowledge is just wasted on you. Maybe you've seen it as a bit of a meme where the guy like wakes up and he's like, "Hey, you're finally awake." That's what it reminds me of.
To be fair, I've been playing a little bit of Decisive, and you can actually change the flashbangs to make the screen black in that game. So I've kind of been getting used to it a little bit.
I see.
But it's still a little bit jarring to see it in Siege. I don't know if the reason I don't know what the reason is for it. It's a bit nicer than getting like full white flashed every time.
Apparently, speaking to people, other professionals, they say that apparently putting into black means that you get vision better. Actually, they come back quicker.
You get vision coming back quicker. Yeah.
Each to their own.
Attackers will locate and defuse the bomb.
Round number 6. Final round for Direwolves on the defense, and they choose the top floor. They've got a 50% win rate up here so far. Unsuccessful in round 1, successful in round 3. Not got the clash. We do have the frost. Frost mats were a real thorn in the side of Bleed in round 1. They hit 2. You'd hope they have learned from those mistakes. Bandit not doing his job there and tricking Electric. So, IT instead. It was those who were trying to keep those mirror windows secure and really play for that connector side of things.
Yeah, there's been no Bandit or Cade action at all. No Bandit trick successful, no Cade even being brought in. I think Bleed have caught on to that, and they haven't had to bring in, a Thatcher to their lineup, which obviously restricts you. It's great, it's great to have the Thatcher, but he doesn't really get much of the second utility. A great snapshot by Turd. Lines it up perfectly. And once again, after a minute played, Bleed are in command with 2 kills to their name. Maybe a third as well for Turd. Harambe, again, on this strategy where he's going to run around and just do what he wants. But this has left, I believe, the upstairs very, very loose now. Only 2 players defending that top floor, with Harambe being downstairs. And Turd, another one. Oven baits out Big J. 180s him, takes him down, and they knew where Harambe was. They know he's downstairs, and we'll have to try and make that rotate. Up he comes, and no, Turd doesn't give him that luxury. A quad from Turd, just moving one engagement into another.
Flawless round as well. There was a down right at the bitter end there. I think Harambe's spray just transferring onto somebody, but a flawless round for all intents and purposes there for Bleed. A 4-2 half on the attack, it is worth mentioning, of Nighthaven. You would chalk that up as a success in anybody's book. This is where I kind of worry a little bit for Direwolves demo, because we've not seen that same level of structure from them on the defense, and the attack, it requires so much more structure. There's a world where Bleed could really just shut them out here with almost utility alone. If we look at what's being brought, we've got Mute, we've got Azami, we've got Bandit, mirror windows. Like, these are things that require a good amount of coordination to try and deal with, and you can't just rely on people, sort of just running around to get the job done.
Quite disappointed in Turd. Where's the vigil?
Where's the boss G?
Is that arc over? Are we done with that phase of his life?
maybe he isn't under strict instructions. I mean, to be fair to him, he's 10-3 right now. I don't think that the KDs are as sort of obvious as they previously were. They disappear at this point when we go into the compacted view, and then when we go back into the expanded, you can see them. But Hoven and Turd have both got 10 kills, and 10-4 for Hoven, 10-3 for Turd, or something like that.
Yeah.
Both of them doing fantastically well so far.
Much better day from Turd, whereas yesterday, as we know, it was a 14-2 in the series, and he tried to convince that everyone that he dropped 60 kills and broke a kill record. You know, he said he dropped 35 kills in one map, 15 in the other. That doesn't add up to 60, by the way. Just for the record. But today, he's having a much better time. We went 4-4 yesterday across 16 rounds.
What a beautiful C4.
What did I say about the Maverick? It is there's no point. There is no point doing it, because you're just gonna die.
Fantastic C4 there from Reeps. And it just goes to show that you can still get a bit of value out of the bandit and stuff. And you can really start to take advantage and vie for that control. We never saw Direwolves really contesting for that control. It was something they gave away. Bleed, they've contested for it, and they've made it work for them. We've got a great view of that as well from our observer. I believe we've got Organ today. Ogan. Nice little overhead view of what was going on and the action. We always love a little bit of free cam coming in.
Did you see that play that Bleed have went for? They know that they've eliminated the Maverick. They have fully reinforced now the triple wall on Garage. They still have the bandit alive, so that wall's just not going to be opened up. Fermite, even if he gets in the rafters, he won't be able to get past the bandit trick, so you're just going to be headlocked, walking into a mirror window. This is very, very bad for Direwolves. They're going to need to try and find a way around this, but I just don't know if they have the manpower. I don't know if they have the utility. Just the only way that I can see them getting in is they jump in electrical and hope that they win their gunfights. They're not getting free fish. There's a shotgun waiting for them. We know how difficult it is to push through that position. And there you go. They're in rafters, but they still don't have any control. Oh, Turd, filthy. Using the keep a barrier to his advantage. Finds the kneecaps of Seal. Arambe must be ready in case AB Turd wants another swing, and Turd will go for it. He's hungry for the kills. This is where Turd just becomes a bit of a beast where he just wants more and more and more. Oh no, Souffle DKs Arambe. He's seen the enemy appear before his eyes, but his teammate got in the way of it. And Souffle, 40 HP, has to walk in the death door almost. Into the courtyard of hell is what he has to move into with this setup that Bleed have established.
10 seconds left.
Maybe they're going to try and beat him to it. Who wants the kill, fellas? They're lining up. They're running at him. Here they come. In Bleed fashion. And then it's going to be Leader. Picks him off. Leader gets the kill. I don't know. Is that Leader's first kill of the round? I don't know. It might be because he did nothing on attack. Let's be honest. I've seen him just get killed every which way.
I'm pretty sure it's his first kill of the game.
Not the greatest stream debut for him with Bleed, of course, but look, he's on the board. He's on the board.
I'm pretty sure it's his first kill of the game, bless him. But it's a kill, and the round count is all that matters here. When you've got Turd and Hoven going in and picking up 20 kills between them in a game that has only been going for, well, this is going to be the 8th round. You don't really need anyone else to get kills. Mentalist 2 and 3, Reeps 5, Reeps 5 and 3. You got Hoven and Turd on 22 and 6 between them.
Oh, Pecan. Not looking good over there.
That can go around. Yeah, I mean, some of the kills or some of the lack thereof kills on the side of Direwolves are really starting to show and stand out now. Big J and Ikanzu. 1 and 14 between them. Not looking great at all. I always say it's core Siege is a shooter. There's a lot of fancy utility. There's a lot of strategy you can implement. But if you're not winning gunfights, you are going to start struggle. Random berating down to the basement we go then for Bleed. See if he can put himself onto what would feel like quite a quick map point here, Demo.
It is. Look, I mean, Bleed are obviously going to be confident going into Night Haven. It's a map that they like. You know, we've seen them play it a lot as well during the Manchester Major. And I think for the most part, whenever you know a team is happy enough to start an attack, and then they do well in the attack, which they did a 4-2 half is phenomenal. you just know going into the defense, they're going to be just, you know, feeling themselves. They've warmed up in the attack. They know they have the easy half now, and they're just going to be playing, you know, just so loose and with a lot of freedom. And I think that's kind of showing right now with how they set up this roam game. You know, I mentioned before, is he done with the vigil? Is that art done? No, not just yet. He's back on the vigil, and he's gonna be, no, he's not gonna be gifted nothing. Instead, he gifts Direwolves the opening kill. I thought that was a surefire kill for Turd, but somehow, some way, Big J just had a sixth sense about the fact that there could be a vigil roaming.
Well, you know, if you're going up against Bleed, there's always a chance that Turd is out there on their own. They've got quite a good amount of that wall open. There is certainly option to rotate those main breaches later on for Direwolves. Now they do need to turn their attention to this clear. Do still have bodies in the mid-floor. Don't believe anybody is upstairs at the moment, but there are going to be people occupying top of Exo stairs, for example. Leader could be about to get himself into a bit of trouble here. Seems like he's not working off too much information. Turd, we can't see if he's on the cameras or not. In fact, it looks like he's disconnected from the game, it seems. So there's no information getting changed around here. The leader, he's not going to need it. Going to find himself, what, mentally a second. Oh! The EDD comes in. The emergency KD recovery device there for leader. Just trying to add things back up a bit. Oven. He's going to peek and get caught out there by Seal. He's playing Seal. Trying to make something work here. Punched up in cargo. Reaps, he's going to find one before being immediately traded there. A nice 1-for-1. But you haven't got the manpower to go into 1-for-1. You need to be picking up multiples. It's going to be leader through the rafters, upstairs. Some nice live information there as to what's going on. Has himself a red letter round.
Leader slowly pulling back the KD. You know, maybe in the contractual agreements, you know, whenever they're sitting down trying to get the leader onto the team, maybe the agreement was leader gives them all the kills during the attacking halves, and then he gets all the kills during the defensive halves.
That's it. Get him on the warden. Get him on the cap can. Get him some kills on the defense.
You kind of thought as well, like the kind of opening there from Direwolves, you get the first kill, you kill that roamer, you still have the ram alive, and you could almost do what Bleed were doing on their attacks to the basement, where you just open up all the flooring, open up in towards the garage hatch, and you just go for a very easy plant. But it almost looked as though that Direwolves kind of opened up the vertical, and then they started pushing down staircases that they really shouldn't have.
And for all that they got the breach open, they didn't really do anything with it.
No.
It was a weird one, to be honest with you. You know, trying to brute force it down cargo stairs. That's never a route for two people, is it?
If you're opening up like the main double breach in that round, you need to have like some big impact operators, because that's a big open room. So you need to, like, you know, bring in like a Glass, maybe a Ying, Grim, you know, those kind of operators that are gonna, you know, create that chaos, create that mayhem that'll give you the cover to move in and go for a plan. So yeah, I think just they didn't have the right lineup to go for an attack like that. I think they should just drop in towards the garage hatch and just try to plant on the softball. That's what they should have done.
Well, not going to get a chance back there anytime soon. Bleed 6-2 right now. They have extended pretty far here. We've got a lot of reinforcement upstairs. We've also seen a lot of hatches open. We've seen a lot of vertical angles opened as well. Third, just giving himself some options here. He's got a bit of a crystal maze set up with those keepers.
Great angle onto that garage door as well, isn't it?
Just horrible, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So many little rat angles for him to work with here. But are Direwolves going to give him the push? That is the big question. It's all well and good setting up the fancy angles, but they just see it and go, you know what, we'll go the other way. It ain't going to work out too well. We've got the Solace being brought by Reach this time as well. This Solace has been significantly nerfed, Demo.
Yeah, but I think this is where she plays that kind of niche role. Whenever you're dealing with sites that you're leaving very open and you're really focused on trying to deny the plant from above, This is where souls can be quite good. As we know, there's a single window you can jump in and just go for a quick plant. Using the souls will give that information out to the defense so they can react. So this is where you will get a bit of value out of this operator. Shotgun close is what Seal has to go up against. Oh, the shotgun puts a 12 gauge right into his chest. Again, for Direwolves, this looks to be the end of their round, and it will be the end of the map as the kills are just ramping up. Turd, and another one, and another one for Turd. 3 kills to finish off the round, and Bleed make quick work of Direwolves on their map. Well, actually, it's not even their map. This is what... oh, yeah, it is their map. This is what Direwolves wanted to go in the defense for.
And what good did that do them? Not a lot at all. It was a 4-2 split there for Bleed on the attack, and they continued that dominance through onto their defensive rounds. Direwolves, you can kind of tell they're playing with a coach demo. They really don't look up to scratch at all. They're not fighting at the same level that we're seeing Bleed operate at the moment.
It just seemed very hero play kind of strategies from Direwolves, where they were hoping that one player would just try and kill everyone from Bleed. You know, I don't think the strategies were really there. It just looked very lackluster on the attacks. Obviously, you know, they lost every attack they played in Nighthaven. Even on the defense, again, they weren't really reacting as well. It looked as though Bleed were ready for most things that was being thrown their way. You know, if Direwolves wanted to play, you know, more anchor on site, Bleed were ready for it. Whenever Direwolves said, okay, let's go on the roam, Bleed ready for it. It seems like a bit of a mismatch here today.
Yeah, Bleed certainly one step ahead. Fortunately for Direwolves, there is another map in this series guaranteed, and potentially a second, depending on how they perform on Oregon. We're going to cut to a very short break, give the teams a chance to get themselves ready for map number 2, and then when we get back, we'll be getting straight stuck into Oregon.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the closed qualifiers for the EWC. We are here covering Rainbow Six Siege. My name is XR Troika, joined on the cast here by Demo. We have got Bleed versus Direwolves. We've already seen one map inside of this best of three, and we are going to be headed into our second map very shortly. But first, let's break down what we saw in map number one, Demo. A very commanding performance from Bleed.
Yeah, look, Bleeds come into it knowing they have to start in the less favored side of Nighthaven. They give us 4 great rounds of Siege to get our teeth into, where they look very, very strong on their attack. Then we see them switch over to the defense, and it's just like clockwork the way that they were playing. Look, Direwolves have not been great. I think there hasn't really been an initial kind of, I would say, style of play from them. It just seems very erratic. Players trying to almost carry the team on their shoulders. It just feels like 5 individuals rather than just a team.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that you get when you start playing with a coach. You lose a little bit of that structure and for what you can gain and for what we've seen coaches be able to do when they come into teams in the past, it doesn't always translate. And I think that's where we're seeing Direwolves fall at the moment. There is a bit of a lack of structure. There's a lack of gunfights as well that are being won. We did see some players struggling there to win their engagements. Obviously, they're going up against Bleed, a very mechanically gifted side and a team where anybody has that potential to pop off. But still, a 7-2 win on Nighthaven for Bleed is a stomping, make no mistake. I can only hope that Oregon is a little bit kinder here to Direwolves, which, of course, would lead us to our third map of Cafe. But at the moment, with the siege that we've seen, it isn't looking too promising. It's going to be a big old brawl here on Oregon for Direwolves if they do want to try and take us to that third map. They were successful on this map yesterday, Demo, but it did go to a maximum overtime.
Yeah, look, it's one of them where, yes, we've seen them play it before, and I think for Bleed, look, 7-1, straight to business against Rival, no surprises there. But then, for Direwolves to actually drop this map, now you're having to replay it against an even better side than the team that you just about beat yesterday. Just those kind of things, I would say, stack up against, the odds are against you. It's against your favor at that point. So I think right now for Direwolves, it's, okay, how do you actually want to go in and play Oregon? What is going to be the play style? Because they were moving, they were going to anchor sometimes, and they were going for roams. They were just all over the place. Whereas Bleed, we knew exactly what they were going to go for every time, where they have that strong structure in, just playing these strong positions. You look at Turd, for example, playing the rafters area, extremely strong, playing to their strengths, playing to the operators that are available to them, and it will get you rewards. I just want to see Direwolves just bring, the smart options, bring the safe options, because right now, if they try and play on the front foot and try and play aggressive, at the moment, Bleed just have the better gun skill. The kills are always going to be a big thing that matter. We kind of looked at the scoreboards. Bleed have players in, double digits. People weren't even getting digits to begin with on the side of Direwolves, and that's the difference.
There was a lack of digits, period. Well, I think we are going to be looking at Bleed starting on the defense here as well, so that sort of plays into things a little bit. We didn't see Direwolves successful on any of their attacking rounds. We only saw them play 3, so you've only seen them play half a side of attack, essentially. But we know just how punishing Oregon can be on the attack. It really isn't a map that you want to be going down on too heavily at all. It's a second preference choice choice map for Bleed. Obviously, that information is from the Manchester Major. Direwolves not in attendance, so it is a bit more difficult to sort of pull something relevant up for them. But for Bleed, we know that it's a map that they are capable of. We know it's a map that they will go to. It's a very standard map in Siege. Every good team, or every team, not even a good team, needs to have an Oregon, and that's something that we're hoping that both these two teams have got today.
Yeah, I think both these teams, if they make it into that grand final, look, you need to kind of go the distance, almost, but stamina at the moment for Direwolves, they're going to have to really dig in deep and get these 2 maps back in favor off their side and push into that grand final. We will try and update you with, scores of Fury and Elevate. That first map still being played, so we don't know the victor of that just as of yet. But again, wherever that information comes into us, we will let you know, because of course that is played off stream and we don't have that being covered here today. But look, it shouldn't be too long until we actually get into, of course, our second map of this series. at the moment, all I don't want to do predictions. I mean, what are you thinking? Right now, for me, just the way Bleed played compared to how Direwolves played, it has to be Bleed. Momentum is a massive thing, and right now, Bleed have all of the momentum.
Yeah, you would struggle to give Direwolves the benefit of the doubt based on the siege that we've seen, but there is always that possibility. Don't forget, they played a full 3 maps yesterday. So I'm not going to say they went through the ringer. It was a 7-1, 8-7, and 7-3. So it's one of those situations where you think they've played 3 maps. They've not played a great number of rounds, given that a couple of the games were super quick, but they've got that in them. We know that they've got that potential. We're going to have to see what happens when we throw down into the server, and we're going to be getting stuck into Oregon right about now. Bleed starting off on the defense, as we've mentioned. Direwolves starting things off on the attack. Let's see if the bans shape the way that this Oregon is going to be played.
Oh, what a surprise. Dokkaebi gone. I mean, it's just one of those just universal operators, isn't it, Ollie? No surprise, say Dokkaebi be banned out. And another nice thing as well about Dokkaebi is the variation of gadgets she gets as well. The fact that you can choose, EMPs if you need them, flashes if you need them. I think that's always a strong point to make for Dokkaebi.
Yeah, very flexible. And, something that the flexibility runs through, doesn't it? Because if you've got that potential and you've got that ability, you've got some fantastic weaponry there as well. We're seeing a Cav band. I'm a little bit... I'm confused, Demo.
Why are you confused?
I mean, the Cav ban. Are we in gold? Like, what's going on?
No, it's a good ban. No.
A good ban, he says.
Yeah, you've banned an operator that can essentially just give your team wall hacks. What's the issue? No brainer. You have to ban that. You know how strong that is? The fact that you can just give your entire team all the information in the world?
I'm not entirely sure on the Cav ban. I'm going to be honest with you, but we will see. It leaves plenty of options open for the defense here.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Get ourselves back in it to round number 1. Bleed dependent on that basement.
Attackers have
This should be a Bleed win. This is the best defender site in the game. Oh, that is, I must say, I'm enjoying seeing that variation. Haven't actually seen that done. So this is the W7M strat, where you would place the mirror window on the right side of freezer wall. The only issue with that is if you don't have an Azami, for example, you can't really do that position because you need a keeper barrier to stop somebody walking down and shooting the mirror window from the double door in the staircase. There you've now blocked off of a shield. Even though the Azami's banned, they brought in a shield to almost play as that Azami barrier. I like that. I really do. I like that.
Bleed not leaving anything to chance there, bringing some tech onto the scene and exposing something potentially for the first time that they've done. Oven going to be upstairs with Turd. Just looking to back each other up a little bit here and just vie for a bit of control. I say that Turd's right up against the door. He's maybe looking for something a touch more aggressive here. Playing on the Jaeger, so once he's set that utility down, once the ADS is a place, kind of free to do what he will. Does have the observation blockers still in pocket. They've not been placed down, but doesn't look like he's too worried over that.
I always feel Turd's one of those players where he is like 1 inch away from greatness and 1 inch away from being the villain.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, he
Someone
always
swings
is.
that corner and he dies.
Yeah.
It's why he's there, but if he picks up the kill, then more power to him. Freezer already!
Hello!
Put down by Leader, but 2 kills have been grabbed. Leader just strolls on into Laundry there. Very aggressive push from Direwolves. This is what we wanted to see. Bring that heat. So concerned with the backside, they've forgot entirely about Laundry and Freezer. And as such, Oven is left in the clutch. The plant has gone down. Now going to have to try and retake this. And positions that can be occupied by direwolves here, especially with the amount of information that's available. Gets a glimpse. Can he land the shot? Yes, he can. Harambe gives himself away there. Caught pretty much in no man's land. He's trying to pop that mirror window so he can potentially use the angle from elsewhere or cause a bit of distraction. Needs to win the fight, but Souffle has the info. He's able to just start there on the pre-fire. There must have been a drone at his feet or something. Close stuff, but direwolves, they come away with a successful round one.
Yeah, Bleed trolled. Mirror trolled. Massively. Mirror window is on the freezer wall to deny access to freezer. How has Finka walked down the freezer stairs all the way through freezer and gone to the freezer door and killed 2 players?
Many bombs as they can.
How has that happened? I want Mira better be in court tomorrow.
In court.
Better be. I want a trial for this. This is a criminal offense of the highest degree.
Standing in front of a judge with a fluffy wig.
I want Fabian resigning as Supreme Court Justice for this.
Oh, who's the jury? I feel like we'll get a good jury.
I don't know who are the best people in Siege.
At what?
I don't know, just in general. King George.
Attackers objective.
just a
There we go.
one-man
I said
jury.
King George. He decided.
Brilliant. Well, Bleed stunned. They're going to take us on a rotation. They're going up to the top floor. They're not looking to mess around and try back downstairs. They're going to give that a couple of rounds to breathe.
Oh.
Turn, what a shot! Oh dear.
He's such a rat, man, isn't he? He just is.
He's just making sure as well with another half. I mean, if somebody had swung at that moment and he's got no bullets left, he'd look like a right idiot.
Oh,
But it doesn't happen. The swing
Go get
comes
that
in
body
10
as well.
seconds later. This
Go
is
get
what
that
you were
body.
saying. He's so close to being the villain, but he often comes out the hero.
Attackers bomb diffuser has.
Oh, Reaps. My words. What's happened? What's going on? What's going on with this game then, eh? What's going on? Anyone know?
It's a weird round, isn't it?
Hey, Reaps Reaps has hardly moved his mouse, and I mean that literally.
16,000 DPI. It's a 1 millimeter adjustment right there.
Words.
Well, Blinking, you missed his stuff for round 2 there. I mean, I think that Pikanzu tried to make something happen a bit quicker again. I like the way that Direwolves are playing. They've obviously gone away and said, look, we need to play a little bit more aggressively. And that's worked out for them in round 1. They were able to take Bleed by surprise. But Bleed were very much ready for it there in round number 2, and especially with the position that Turd was in. And maybe just a bit of lack of drone work there from Direwolves. Like, they potentially should have known that somebody was there in dining room if they're going to push in that heavy, that early. Failed trade coming through as well from Harambe, missing his shots, not able to lock down onto Turd. So it was just a bit of a calamity at the start, and then I think it was just, right, we just full send this now. That's at least what it felt like.
I'm just looking at the lineup. Not a hard breach in sight, unless there's a hard breach gadget in the mix. I'm seeing Blitz. In Fink Edge, it's just, are we rushing blue? Is that the play?
Bomb located by attackers.
Probably.
This
I
is
think
a
so.
classic. I've
There
got
we
an
go.
idea someone needs to play Fink.
Oh boy.
Well, Blitz is already well and truly in third, occupying a key spot here, just on the doorway. Leader to get taken down. The nade comes through. It displaces Third for the time being. Still 2 players inside of blue there. The Direwolves, they've got the control that they wanted, but what are they able to do with it now? They're just at risk of being swung at a moment's notice here, and Hoven, he's eyeing it up. He's going to be trying to challenge onto this doorway, just wiggling, see if he can gain any information whatsoever. Even a pre-fire would be info at this point. The diffuser cold on Blitz's body, Seal tucked right into the corner there. Not even sure if he's clear from behind, from that elbow position. is quite vulnerable, but he's locked into holding this angle.
A lack of info right now for Bleed. They don't actually know if anyone is holding from barrels. That's why they haven't made this double push. Like you mentioned, he could just get whopped up from behind elbow, but now Hatch is going to be opened up. Oh, swings anyway and loses it against Turd. With that hatch being opened up, they know that there is one player in towards meeting, but again, that last player, they're just not sure if he's towards blue or maybe looking elsewhere. The camera now will give away the position, so you know where both players are. That will be towards meeting and one towards the freezer, of course. But look at the mirror window. How do you get through this? The easy answer to that, Ollie, is you can't. You don't get through that.
No, they've nothing to deal with the mirror window at all. It's going to rely quite heavily on Replay seeing success on these back stairs, but even if he gets one, is he likely to get a second? Sends the Argus camera out there, tries to gather a little bit of info. He will be successful in that. Rambe has rotated around now and might be thinking about a bit of an electrical drop. Drones in Narnia here, the last two remaining. Tries to cover this down, but immediately dealt with. Souffle picked himself up too. Still two more to find here. And a little bit split up. There is a chance for him, but Hoven is successful with the swing. Sticks the goggles on and takes him out there with the SMG-12.
Better round from Bleed. Again, we knew that rush was going to come in. We've seen it from the operator selection. And I would say Bleed dealt with that quite well, considering that they didn't really have, you know, the operators that are, I would say, accustomed to holding elbow. You know, Smoke, for example, is always one that we look towards. But again, they dealt with the Blitz well. Didn't give the Blitz any ground really to push in, you know, through elbow. And if the Blitz can make it through the rotate and elbow into the site, especially in towards laundry, that's where Blitz is terrifying. Thankfully, they didn't allow him to get into that position. They held him at bay. A Blitz in the elbow can really do very little once you know he's there, because there's like 4 different angles the Blitz then has to worry about if he wants to push in. So I think they dealt with that quite well. And yeah, whenever the initial rush, you know, it worked, but it kind of didn't work. You stall out the round. We know a rush, if you stall out, it's dead in the water. There's no chance you're coming back from that. So yeah, Direwolves, if you're going for the rush, you have to commit. You have to take Shaiko. You need to take in towards Pillar. You know, they didn't really have enough pressure coming down in towards the tower stairs. Those little elements is what they were missing.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
Into the offsite now for Bleed. They've chosen the meeting variant of the offsite. A bit of pressure there for third. Hungry for kills. Always hungry for kills. Going to be rocking the ACOG there, the Rotero drone. Stop and peeking for the time being. It will deal with the Banshee as well. Just need to be cautious. There is a drone underneath that main door barricade. You might be getting called out off that. But a slower approach from Direwolves, make no mistake. We've seen 45 seconds of action and still yet to see that initial push come out. I've opened that green window up. The favorite for just hopping in and trying to make something happen, but you need things to work in conjunction with that. Seal isn't going to be doing much work in this round, at least actively. Can be on the cameras, but can be taken out by Reaps.
See what Direwolves can do in response with losing at that opening kill, but again, it's a situation where Bleed, they'll find one kill and go on and get the second. Also, Direwolves, half the round burned, no map control. No control, really, of anything, but they have small tower and that's it. Again, we are dealing with our meeting hold here, so dining isn't going to really do much for them, and Leader just sat, taking a shower. We'll find the kill, Turd. That ACOG puts it to great work, takes out Souffle, and that's a 1v5. Big J's been out on this window for a little while, Ollie, and they know where he is, and it's just going to be a matter of fact of who wants to kill him. It's going to be Reaps this time. Straight out the window he goes. Dangerous on that SMG.
No fear whatsoever. Flawless round for Bleed, and they are really starting to run away with things here. Not just on Oregon, but on the series as a whole. Direwolves, they just don't look on the same level at all, Demo.
No, No. And I think Oregon is a map where you need to have the team synergy down. I think whenever you're, especially whenever you're up against a really good side, which Bleed are, you need to have great synergy to go against their team synergy. Bleed, so far, have been great at just getting the kills back and forth, supporting one another. Direwolves just haven't done that, and that's sometimes what Oregon comes down to. But Oregon strats are fairly simple. There's not a whole lot you can really do, you know, in the aspect of it. I think kills obviously play a big important part, and right now, again, similar situation where we're looking at the scoreboard, and Bleed are just miles ahead in the kill department.
It's night and day, isn't it? You know, we've got 2 kills between 3 players. Collectively 2 and 12. Kanzu picked up 2 kills in round number 1, and they were very impactful and credited Direwolves with the round. It was the start of what eventually won the round for them, but since then he's been really quiet. Hasn't found a single kill. Somewhere that Direwolves have really been lacking is in their drone game as well. Their information just hasn't been up to par. When you've got players and now recognizing that on the side of Bleed and ratting out inside a big tower or just occupying these off positions, when your drone game really starts to come under quite heavy scrutiny.
Harambe. Fishing for a kill. He's gonna reel one in. No. Instead, he's reeling a shark. And the shark's taking a gobble at him. Down he goes. Not again, another bad start for Direwolves. They have got a kill back in favor of them though, 4v4, but the lack of drone work. Turd is just having his way downstairs. There's rat tunnels that he's made himself in and around the kitchen and meeting and dining side of things, and Direwolves, he solo pushes. It's what killed them in Nighthaven. It's also what's killing him in Oregon.
It's almost like death by 1,000 cuts at this point, isn't it? Kanzu trying to make something happen here at the top of this armored stair. There's no will be open next to him, but what is he going to be able to achieve here? Sends the nade out, and it's desperate attempts every single time. You know, these are common angles that are getting pre-fired. He knows that players are going to be occupying in and around these spaces. Bleed just don't need to give themselves away. One time here for them to try and hold on, and if they start giving away silly gunfights, it opens that door of opportunity to Direwolves, and they are just rooted to the spot right now. And with the utility that Direwolves have got, you'd think they'd be able to displace them. They've got bees, for goodness sake. Get them in. Find out these exact locations. That synergy, it just isn't there.
Walking into a doorway that has a lot of different angles you have to swing onto, and you can see it puts Pan under a lot of pressure. Will be smoked out. Big J, aware that somebody could be below, but as we know, nobody can be downstairs from Bleed. Everyone upstairs ready to use that extra man, play the crossfires. The Grims go in. Smoke. Trying to stop that approach from Attic. He will drop into the lines of sight from Hoven. To play. You'll get your kill, but mate, you're nowhere near the bomb site. Diffuser's going to be an Attic as well. Pecan has to walk through. Oh, one taps Turd, but can't get the others. Turd's not happy that he's just been one tap, as we can see. Direwolves stalling out the smokes, really hindering Pecan on his approach, Ollie.
Direwolves had a chance there, really, and I think that Bleed, that was one time where we see the levels and the potential of this team. They're able to turn it on. You know, for all that we like to watch this team play aggressive and really flashy gun skill, one taps, you know, boss GA cog, whatever it might be. I'm mainly aiming most of that at Turd. But we love to see that from this team, but also when they turn it on and they go, look, there's a minute left, there's a long time here, we can't give ourselves away because we can quickly get a couple of kills and it'd be a different story. Such great discipline being shown by Bleed there inside of that round. It just shows the levels that this team can operate at. Shaping up to be a 5-1 split here. Although Direwolves, the only successful round they've had has been on that basement. It was a bit of a rush round. And the rush that they tried in the subsequent round did not pay off. But even then, 2-4 split or a 5-1, not looking favourable at the moment for Direwolves, especially with how well we saw Bleed attack earlier on today.
Well, Direwolves, can you salvage around? I mean, 4-2 half on attacks there actually ain't too bad in Oregon. 5-1. Yeah, that's where I think you really need to dig in then and hope that you have a really strong defensive half, but we know Bleed, they can attack very well. So the pressure's on Direwolves to really make this round work for them. Bleed right now, just moving around the map with that ability that you just know that they have whenever they have that confidence. Oh, the nade will miss the barricade, and Hoven opens up the first pick. That's another stat all it's been overwhelmingly in Bleeds' favor across the series. Just been the opening pick.
Yeah, they've done so well at isolating that first player. And again, I think it comes down to the split fashion that we're seeing Direwolves playing, where they are going for these individualistic plays. And it's very often been 2 opening picks. It's very seldom just been 1, hasn't it, Demo? Even if they've lost the opener, they've picked up 2 in return. Very on it in the early part of that round. We're going to see a bit of a crouch walk down Laundry Stairs here from Big J.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Could be in a decent spot here. The shield is too short, but so many different angles that you can just pop up from behind that shield. It's not worth the challenge.
Look at the time that's just been burned, and they're only now just opening up hatches with the Habana. Minute to execute with no execute operators on the board. Third again, goes for a wonder. Thankfully, Hoven's going to be there for the trade. That leaves the little Harambe. No 1v4 to contend with. He's eliminated the mirror window, but all the players again, this is classic Bleed. They all line up, they all want the kill. Who's going to run to get him? This is where Bleed just know that they have Direwolves by the scruff of their neck, and they can just do whatever they want with them. Harambe looking towards Laundry. Reaps. Gives him a kill. Any more for Harambe, perhaps? Hoven was on the prowl, but Harambe's just decided to sidestep and maybe try and walk down towards Laundry Stairs. Hoven now in the classroom, and oh, wall bangs him to finish him off. The last defense will go in favor of Bleed. 5-1 split. My oh my.
I think it was 3 kills there for Hoven as well. He picked up the first 2 and the last in the round, so some real nice bookends there for him in round number 6. 5-1 split, big comeback required here from Direwolves. They need to get themselves together. I can only imagine, Demo, I haven't read the rule book for this this tournament, but I can only imagine that there's no tactical timeout.
Protect your bombs from being by
And that or Direwolves just aren't using them. Because I sort of look at the scoreline, I think about the point in the game, and it's default in my brain to start thinking about a tactical timeout and like, when's it coming? Why hasn't it come yet? I guess maybe they're not allowed for. I've been told by production that there are tactical timeouts, so maybe that will not to use. That would be the thing that you look toward at this point to try and steady the ship a little bit, Demo.
I mean, again, I don't know really in the long scheme of things what is the timeout going to do. Are they going to make a full strat book in a minute? Because that's kind of what they need right now. You know, it's all right saying the mental, but it's just the general siege. You know, sometimes we see teams lose not because of, you know, their strats aren't working, but more of just a mental block. I can 100% say it's just the playstyle that they're playing with.
Yeah.
That's it. A mental game, sure, you can try and fix that, but you fix the mental, you're still left with the same strats that just are not good enough.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that it's going to turn them around and win them the game, but it would be something that you'd look toward to be, you know, to gain a little bit more experience in an official, to be like, look, you know, we need to take this time out, we need to go through those motions. Opening pick again coming in favor of Bleed. It's going to be Reaps this time. credited with it. There's some quite nice Valkyrie cameras out there. There's plenty of information available here for Direwolves, but can they capitalize on it? So far, the answer is no. Leader is able to take out Harambe there. Further that man count advantage.
Souffle, see if he can get a kill back with his aggressive swing onto the trophy door, looking out towards the bedroom balcony. Bleed, this man advantage are just so dangerous. Souffle moving in towards Armory. Where are you going? Third picks up probably the easiest kill he's had all game. Seal, that wall's open. He goes down, and the last man remaining gets slaughtered. Where's the white flag? Surely only the white flag has to come in.
When we've got players just floating in front of open breaches, it's yeah, it isn't looking good. Match and series point now for Bleed. 6-1 here on Oregon. They've looked pretty unstoppable all day. There's a 7-2 on Nighthaven. They're really trying to get these maps done in quick fashion. Direwolves, where's the response?
Attackers need to locate and...
I think it's done. Just for a top 4 attack, to see them basically kill everyone without doing anything difficult. You know, like attic wasn't touched, big window wasn't touched. All the kills came from bedroom and trophy side.
Yeah, it was a little bit strange. And then they're choosing not to go downstairs as well. They reckon they can give it another 2 up here.
Well, I suppose it's like you have to win it either way. No matter what, you will have to win this site. May as well just get it over and done with, you know? You're gonna win it, you're gonna win it, you're gonna lose it, you're gonna lose it. No matter what time you play it in.
Oven 11-2 right now. Still scrambling for kills on the side of Direwolves as well. It's been the full package today. It's been strategy and gun skill that's got Bleed over the line here. Early line scan there from Leader. They are going to start that drone game. See what they can find. Nice use of a Rotero drone there just to blow open the soft wall and give themselves an angle to work with. Rami going to be playing close inside the closet. He's trying to catch someone out, but
I have no
he's
words.
just going to give himself away.
No words.
You can't stop that. You just heard the wall get opened only moments ago. Oven, he continues his tear right now.
What's AC4 in?
Reloading. Cover me.
It's just... I have no words. I really don't. Now they know that there's a player off the site, because the C4 has been shown. Just Hoven, he's just on the drones. He's playing racing sim. Leader finds the Tabar who was downstairs. Again, another 2-man advantage for Bleed. 2 players now trying to double up, eliminate Leader, but all of this can just be fed back to Bleed, who can just try and hit the guy on site. Purge tried to do that though, but he has been taken out by Seal. 3v4, back into the 2v4 as Souffle goes down. And this just leaves Seal all by himself. They know that the Fenrir's off the site. A C4 gets ripped, but catches nothing. Big J will try and rotate up towards White Stairs. There is an attacker on the White Stairs. It's going to be Reaps. Does Reaps? No, he does not. Big J is retaken towards top White. It has slowed down just ever so slightly here for Bleed.
Bit of a long angle available here for Seal as well. He's got the mirror window he can play around. He's not badly set up right now. Really looking over toward Bleed's utility and thinking, what have they got that can get the job done? What a shot onto Mentalist. And turn his attention to that big window now.
Attackers.
A very real chance that Direwolves come away with this, especially with the way that Seal's playing. A lot of pressure on Leader's shoulders now. and try and close this one out as a 7-1, but does he know where Seal is? It's been a big round from Seal. Goes for the cross. The game is given away. Leader going to go for that rotation. Can he land the shot? No, Seal locks it down. Plants his feet and says, this is the mirror window that I am going to play till the end.
It's a very similar round on Nighthaven where they won it just solely on Seal. Just sitting with Mirror, hitting great shots. Pretty much what's happened again. So they have on the top floor, but it's a long way to go yet, Ollie. 4 rounds they still have to go through. Some of those being a tertiary bomb site also. They will head towards the basement. Bleed will obviously know that. They can set up accordingly for the basement attack.
Need to locate and defuse as bombs.
I mean, looking at the lineup, I mean, one thing as well I've noticed about Bleed and kind of how they've played. They've not been interested in a Grim. They've not been interested in a Ying. 2 operators that we talk about all the time being extremely strong. Those operators didn't get changed, by the way. It was, you know, the kind of meta shift was a big defense change. Not so much in the attacking half. So to see those operators not be brought in is a little bit surprising for me, especially on 2 maps. Nighthaven, great value out of those operators in the basement attack. And then obviously Oregon speaks for itself.
You almost get the feeling that they're just trying to get the job done as simply as possible. You know, maybe without giving too much away.
We've got a pocket duo there. We've got a Blitz and Glaz.
Yeah.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
It's definitely worth keeping some things, you know, a little bit closer to your chest here, because you don't really want to give everything away. These games are now getting broadcasted. The VODs are going to be out there. People are going to be picking them apart. So you don't need to, you know, play sort of main strats that you can get away with. And so far, they've done a great job of playing just good basic Siege, good synergy, good gun skill. That's the things that have been getting them over the line at the moment. They haven't needed to really crutch into those operators, and I think in part it's due to the setups and stuff that Direwolves are presenting them with. They're not giving them lots of mini games. They're not giving them a lot of things to solve. It hasn't been a very plant-focused game of Siege. We've seen 2 plants throughout the whole thing,
Bomb
maybe
located by attackers.
over the course of the 2 maps that we've seen so far. So not really been playing out in that sort of a fashion.
Here we go. The Blitz is going to try and tank some of the fire damage. Takes about 30 HP, but the wall's being reinforced. A great play from Direwolves, probably seeing that coming. And I think the big issue now, if you actually look on the side of Bleed, is they don't have any hard breach. That elbow wall will be just left reinforced. So I don't really know what the kind of plan is, because again, it's a situation I never really have dealt with, is what do you do if the wall gets reinforced and there's no hard breach? It really comes down just to how well you can get kills going in towards the pillar side of things. And right now, you're dealing with the Warden who's going to be in towers. There's nobody from Bleed who's going to be moving down the stairs to try and challenge him. I mean, it's not needed. Hoven's just tearing everyone apart.
Hoven's got a really important couple of kills there, and Reese opened everything up with a banger inside of Freezer. Desperately popping the Vulcan shield to try and stay alive. You got a Blitz running at you, gets caught in the EDD, but it's going to be turned to close things up here. Finds that final kill on the Ash. Crouch walking his way down Laundry, getting himself into the action, and Bleed put themselves a spot in our grand finals later on today. A standout performance from Hoven across the series demo. I think he's gone something like 26 kills across the 2 maps, and we've seen a 7-2 and a 7-2. So we haven't seen a great deal of Siege played, and he's done a fantastic job of picking up a lot of the kills. Bleed, as a package, they've played fantastically today.
Yeah, so strong. I mean, never in doubt. I mean, 7-2, 7-2 is just dominant. It really is a very clean-cut victory. There was a few rounds there I think Bleed will be disappointed that they lost. You know, I look at that kids attack. Was that a case where they were just thought they were cruising and they got a little bit too overconfident? Is that something that kind of sneaked into the mind of Bleed? I know it's something that certainly can happen to Turd, for example. You know, I've watched that guy play enough Siege on the streams to know whenever he's feeling himself, he'll do completely wacky stuff, and that's where I always feel as though he's on the tripwire, isn't he? Where is he gonna fall to the left, where he's gonna be the big hero, or is he gonna fall to the right, where he's gonna be the villain? We just don't know what Turd's gonna bring us on any given day. But yeah, look, extremely strong from Bleed. whoever has to go up against that team, I wish you the best of luck.
Absolutely. Obviously, Fury and Elevate is still going on. It is going to be no surprise to anybody watching at home there that we are going to have to wait a little bit of time until we get into our grand final. Due to the nature of both the Bleed and Direwolf game being over so quickly, we've obviously still got the other semi-final underway, and we are still trying to find out a winner over on that game. So we will be back in, I think it's going to be about an hour and 30 minutes here with the grand final. So you've got a bit of time. Go and grab yourself a drink, make some food, get yourself back, keep the stream open, and we will be back with our grand final later on. It is to be confirmed who Bleed are playing, but you better believe that Bleed are in it. We'll be back in about an hour and a half.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. Thank you so much for bearing with us during that slightly extended break. We had a couple of things to sort out, but we do have everything ready, and we do have our two teams locked in and confirmed. If you were watching with us a couple of hours ago, you will have seen Bleed beat Direwolves for a spot inside of the grand final. And Demo, we also had Elevate versus Fury. Elevate losing that match, unfortunately for them, Fury taking it in 2-1 fashion. So it sounds like it was a little bit of a closer game than what we saw here.
Yeah, it was. I've got map scores as well. First map, Consulate 7-5 to Fury. Second map, Bank 8-6 to Elevate. And then the final map, Border 8-6 to Fury. So a lot of those maps going, quite the distance, 12 rounds at least in each of them. So Fury have had quite a long slog to get into this grand final, whereas Bleed, they've had a bit of time to kill.
Absolutely. Bleed have played, 18 rounds or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It really isn't a lot at all, and we can see our closed qualifier bracket is slowly but surely getting filled out, but there is that all-important part yet to fill. Who is going to win in this grand final? Who is going to advance through into the competition? We've got Bleed, we have got Fury. We can see here we have already come through the open qualifiers. That has been completed, and we are now in the closed qualifier section of the EWC here for Rainbow Six Siege. 4 teams from Brazil, 3 from North America, 3 from Europe, and then 1 from the rest of the regions you can see there on the screen: LATAM, Asia, South Korea, Japan, Oceania, and MENA. And of course, they are playing for a chance to go through into the group stage. That's going to be held on July 31st to August 1st. And then the EWC playoffs, August 2nd to the August 4th. And that is when we are going to be finding out who is going to be the grand champion here for EWC Rainbow Six Siege. But we're a long, long ways off that yet, Demo. We still need to find who we are sending through into the group stage here from Asia.
Yeah, just looking at the teams that have qualified, Brazil is done and dusted. They've got the 4 teams. They've got FaZe, W7M, Liquid, and Furia. We also have MENA, which was last night. GK go free with that. Oceanic was a little bit earlier, and that was Bliss. And then Korea as well a little bit earlier, and that was Talon. I believe we have LATAM playing later on today. Then we have EU and NA coming tomorrow. And I believe we also have Japan then coming on the weekend. So we will know everyone who's going to this event by Monday. We will know. It'll be done by the weekend. So yeah, we'll see what orgs make it. Obviously, all the orgs are wanting to compete in as many games as they can to see if they can become, the best club at the event.
Serious, a big club energy going out there this year for the Esports World Cup. 21 games, 21 titles, and orgs competing to place well in multiple titles. They aren't just wanting to win 1 or 2. They are wanting to place well in multiple titles across the board to be in with a chance of that club championship money. And of course, there will be the MVP championship money getting dished out there as well. Heck of a lot of prize money here on the line. And this is what the two teams playing for are going up against. They want a slice of that pie here, Demo. Of course, we've already mentioned there that we've seen Bleed play already. It was, blink and you miss it. There wasn't a lot of Siege really going around there, to be honest with you. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of a different run from Fury. They've had a little bit of a harder time of things. Moving into this match now, it is a best of 3. It isn't a best of 5, so we can't really start thinking about fatigue and things of that nature. But Bleed, they looked unstoppable today. And I think that's the team that we're likely going to focus on because, of course, we weren't able to see what Fury were able to do.
No, it's going to be difficult, I think, for me and you coming into it because we didn't see, how they went up against Elevate. Again, looks to be a cracking game as well. Whereas Bleed looked very one-sided, just decimated. Direwolves came into it, I think. To be fair, I think a game like that, though, I think would be quite difficult for Bleed because that team was just running at them. And that's probably a different play style than what Bleed would want. Certainly, I know that, Leader, for example, was speaking to him after the game, and he said that was one of the toughest games he's played just because of how they actually played the game. It wasn't what they were expecting. So they kind of almost said to Turd, just go play like a strength. That we've seen Turd, the peaks he was going for. So I think for Bleed, the play style, yes, they cope with it because they have players who can play, against the ranked play style. But certainly, whenever it comes to, a team which is more well structured, which Fury certainly are, this is where we'll actually start to see Bleed, I think, kind of come into the improvements that we wanted to see based on bringing in a player like Leader.
Yeah, and we saw their ability to play at different levels in that previous matchup as well. We saw times where they were able to, keep up with the run and gun and the rush sort of loose nature of the way that Direwolves were playing. And then we also saw some good discipline rounds where they were able to hold back and go, look, we're not in a powerful spot at the minute. We've got to tread pretty carefully. And of course, they were able to get it done. We saw on stream earlier Nighthaven and Oregon. Now, we have got the maps for what was played in the other game as well, the Fury Elevate. It was a Consulate Bank and a border. I think you've mentioned that demo, but just to remind everybody of what is at stake, what the maps that recently have been played, because, of course, with that game being off stream, there's a chance that they, maybe going to want to go to those maps again if they're feeling like they've had a good result there.
I mean, it depends if Fury, maybe we'll look at Bleed and say, can we go against that? I think it's going to be very touch and go to go against Bleed and Nighthaven and Oregon. Those are the only two maps that they've played. Obviously, they've looked very dominant on it. They've hardly dropped any rounds at all. So I think for Fury, they probably want to stay away from that and take Bleed somewhere else. Looking across, the history of both these teams and the kind of record, as it stands, they've played 6 times, and Bleed have won 4 of those times. So Fury only winning twice, but in recent times, Ollie, during the year 2024, Bleed have beat them twice inside of stage 1. So at the moment, recency bias, you'd have to say Bleed based on how the matches have went. I think Bleed probably will have the stronger map pool. So for Fury, I think it's really picking what they're comfortable with, more so of trying to take Bleed out of their comfort zone. I think if Fury can get onto a map that they can play well and they can back themselves on it, who knows what they can do against Bleed.
Well, let's have a look at the maps if we can bring those up and find out just exactly where we are going to be headed here. So we've got Bleed with a Clubhouse pick. We have got Fury with a Consulate pick and a decider of border demo.
Yeah, we've got a repeat in terms of the last time they played each other. We've seen Consulate was a map in that series. We have Consulate again. Fury's picked it. Bleed won it the last time they played against each other. So again, recency bias. You'd have to favor Bleed based on Consulate. But before we get to that, we do have Club, which again, it's one of those maps that you would expect every team in the world will play. It's not one that I would say that Bleed are known for playing. It's not one that you would say, oh, you have to ban that against Bleed. That's a map that they're going to do really well on. You look at how they played at, I believe, the Major. I'm pretty sure they beat SSG in the first round during the phase 1. So you can look at that game and think, they played well.
I mean, they went 4-0 at Manchester on Clubhouse. It's their number 1 preference map. So there is an argument to say yes, but then you look at the teams that they played against it. Played like teams like
That's
Fear
what I was going to say.
Mentioned SSG. Like,
I'm not seeing them beat BDS or your Furious.
Guess what? They're not up against BDS. Say they're up against Fury. So it could be quite a comfortable map for them. And again, it's one of those basic maps. They're really not giving too much away here. I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I kind of do this with Bleed. They're one of those exciting teams. They've won a lot of neutral fans over the years. And I think that they're one of those teams that you can just back because they've got that likability. They've got the players on there that you like. You look at the players like, Turd, and you look at the coach Julio and bringing in Leader, and you just think it's a team that I can get behind. It's a team that I can get around. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but they're not playing fancy stuff at the moment. They're keeping things really basic.
And the thing with the Major,
longer.
The thing with the Major, whenever you actually see them go against some of the bigger teams, such as Furia, for example, a lot of the times Bleed with the team actually ban Clubhouse.
Yeah.
So it's all well and good beating, teams. Obviously, SSG were a weak side. We've seen that they went 0-3 in the phase 2 period of the Major. It's obviously you have to kind of, I would say, measure up and, see that the height of the competition. But like you mentioned, Fury are a team that couldn't even get to that Major. Mostly because Bleed Gate kept them, I suppose.
Consulate being the second map choice there. Interestingly, the last time that Bleed won this map was against Fury. It was 69 days ago inside of the regular league. The last time they played it was at Manchester, and they were unsuccessful against Furia. So, again, a bit of a difficult one to draw too many comparisons to.
It was a close one, though.
It's a close map. It's not a map that they've played a great deal of, but then again, there hasn't been a load of Siege getting thrown out there at the moment. Of course, after the major, we go into a bit of an off season, and this is going to be the next competition. So this is what a lot of players are turning their attention to. Fury obviously got the result over on Elevate 7-5 earlier today on this map, so you can read into that a little bit if you like as well. And then it all comes down to border if required, which is, I love it ending on a border. I think a best of 3 to end on a border. Why not? It's a chaotic map, and I just want more of it.
Yeah, look, border, it's my favorite map. Second to none. It's just, I enjoy it a lot. Bleed, usually they banned it a lot at Manchester. Usually their first ban was almost like their perma ban for a period. But they got that additional leader, someone who knows this map extremely well. Leader has great success in border. You know, even I know it's one of his favorite maps as well to play. I think he IGLs it really well. Again, it's that kind of map where he can put that Brazilian flair. I mentioned he can play that style. That's the style that he likes to see. He sees this opening and he calls off that. So I think the fact that adding in leader has just improved their map pool, and it's shown because now they're bringing border to the party.
Absolutely, and that's what you need to do. You need to have as many maps in this 9-map pool in your arsenal as possible. You look back to Manchester, there was a couple of maps that were, pretty heavily counterbanned, border being one of them. 11 and 2, so 11 banned by Bleed, 2 banned against. So one that you could argue is a perma ban from them. So see them start to let that slip through inside of best of 3. They're obviously not thinking it's going to get that far. I imagine they just want to win the 2 maps and get done. But leaving it open there as an option, it does show that willingness to go to something a little bit new.
Yeah, overall, if you look at the series in terms of what kind of maps we have Clubhouse, which again should be pretty by the book, run-of-the-mill stuff. Teams know how to attack that. I actually think at the moment Clubhouse, I actually think it's quite attacker-sided. Believe it or not, I just think with the way that the meta has really shifted with, Monty and Blitz, for example, and, if teams are banning out Monty, then you have, like, the Ying and the Grim and stuff available. So I think at the moment there's a lot of things going for the attackers. But then you look at Consulate, defender-sided, then you're kind of switching over to that aspect of things where it's going to be really difficult to get walls opened, a map control because you're dealing with a lot of windows. And then you go to border, which again, it's back over towards the attacker side. You're probably one of the most attacker-sided maps that we have. So you have to shift your playstyle a lot. I think these 3 maps are very, very different. So yes. It's one of them where I think teams will have to be ready to switch and adapt at a moment's notice.
And that's really what it's going to come down to, that ability to pivot and read the pace of the game. Right, if it's a quick pace match, then we need to play quick paced. If it's going a little bit slower, like your Clubhouse is going to, then, you need to start to take a little bit of a step back from that and really play accordingly. I can't wait to see Fury play because we've mentioned there that we've not got to see their game so far. They've had a run through. We can just run through that really quickly while we're waiting for a couple of players to get into the lobby. They played against Prevail ANZ. That was a 7-1 on Bank and a 7-5 on Clubhouse. So Prevail giving them a couple of problems there over on Clubhouse. A couple of the rounds that Prevail were able to win were on that defensive side. They were able to pick up 3. So could read into that as, maybe Fury trying some new things, maybe them just struggling to find their feet a little bit. But a 7-5 is still a decent result there for Fury. And then, of course, we've already mentioned the Elevate game that they have played just earlier on today. They are going to be locked in and ready to go. I do think we are just waiting for one more player to join on into the lobby. Demo, we've spoken at great lengths about Bleed, and we've spoken at great lengths about Fury at this point. You've mentioned a couple of the other teams there that are qualified. Who else are you looking for and, sort of keeping your eye on at this early stage inside of the closed qualifiers?
I think, well, do you want to start with what region you want to start with?
Well, you could go any region.
You tell me.
I mean, the obvious one's going to be Brazil because they've got 4 teams.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to choose from there.
And the thing is with the Brazil sides, it's the expected teams as well.
Yeah.
You've got your FaZe, Liquid, Fury, W7M, which are probably the best 4 that you have. Yes, I know that E1 went to the major, but I think a lot of people would agree that W7M, probably a better team on the face of things based on the players that they have. So yeah, I think Brazil's didn't have any upsets, but certainly it's the teams that we expected to see qualified into it. obviously then you look towards the other regions that have qualified. Look, Fabian, what he's doing with PSG Talon, obviously it's became a revolution. You wouldn't have really thought that just one coaching change would make that team into now the new almost face of Korea. So I think what he's done with that side has been great. Bliss always going to be a contender. We know that's a team that are just a really hard grafting team, aren't they? You know, they have to come in from a region which it's not strongest of regions. You know, it is certainly on the weaker scale of things, but obviously Bliss are the kind of exception where they could run in a lot of the other leagues and perform really well. And then obviously they've had the Jade brought Titan in, you know, and Titan, that's a move that he wanted to happen. And you know, now he's already seeing results, getting first place with very little ease as well. So yeah, overall for I think the teams that have qualified, yeah, it's the expected faces that we know. Obviously, Brazil are always going to be the favorites just because it's that region. But look, still EU to come. We have all of the big EUL teams inside of that qualifier bar Wild, I believe. The other 8 are there. NA, honestly, I looked at NA and I looked at the teams. Obviously, again, it's all like NAL teams, but it's going to be a really difficult one to call. You know, because I know that Beast Coast had, you know, their moment of glory, but is that just a honeymoon bounce that we like to talk about? Is the magic ran out?
In the pan? Yeah. Is it a flash in the pan? Have they got a bit more to show us? Is it going to be a case where we see somebody else coming in? You know, we didn't see Sonics at Manchester, and it kind of showed, right? You know, they've been a team
Sonics
that
play them as well. They play
multiple international events, so you're expecting to see that team there at this point. So yeah, nice to see. Nice. I'm going to be looking forward to watching the NA quals. I was just having a flick through the MENA region as well. Obviously, GK, Twisted Minds, Falcons, and ROC have all already qualified. The interesting thing for me about the MENA teams this time, Demo, is they have picked up a load of different players.
Yeah, obviously Falcons, they went for the imports, haven't they? And the imports have worked. That's why they're going to the event. So yeah,
we've been speaking about Leader making a bit of a change and coming over to this, coming over to this side of the world. But there's been a lot of players jumping on planes of late, but we are ready now to jump on into the match. Thanks so much for bearing with us during that. We just had a bit of trouble getting that last player in, but we are ready to get stuck in and underway with Clubhouse here. We've got Bleed starting off on the attack, and we've got Fury starting off on the defense.
I think Fury need to come out of the gates just swinging. They need to. They can't allow Bleed to have the momentum in kills, especially, Ollie. We've seen what happened to Direwolves. If you give some of these Bleed players a chance to warm up, you know, Turd is obviously going to be, you know, that constant force that we look at for that team. But Hoven, great series. And Hoven as well, he's not playing, you know, the flashes of operators. He's usually on that kind of flex support. A lot of the time we just see him on drones, but he's still been able to produce the goods and get the kills. Few things with the bans, Ollie. I mean, Monty's up, which is, yeah, good luck. That's all I'll say. But I think if you look in the face of things, Ying still going to be incredible for Clubhouse in general. You think about the basement, being able to Ying from the hatch in towards AKs, even just Yinging from Moto, maybe in towards Church. I think it gives you a lot of options for the top floor as well, Yinging in towards Logi. I think it's a strong operator you have to take off the board, knowing that you're going up against that first. And we mentioned before, you know, Fury, they need to come out and really produce the goods because they are the underdog in this matchup. And we're not saying that because we hate Fury, we're just saying that because based on recent results, and I think me and you can come in here very unobjectively and talk about this region because it's a region that we just don't cover.
5 seconds to go.
So, just for the record, it's just me because we've lost Ollie. So you've got a demo solo cast, which those things don't happen all too often. But, you know, mute the stream now if you wish. But it's only going to be me because we'll try and get Ollie back as quick as we can. I haven't done this in years, guys. It's been so long since I've done a solo cast. But hopefully Ollie will join me in the meantime. So, anyway, we're looking in towards the basement. We will be having a bit of a hold as well in towards the top floor. Again, something that we see very commonly for teams where you can't really afford these days just to sit in sight, hunker down, because there's just too many things going for the attackers. Again, you can open the hatches easy, and then just execute. You know, you still got Yings, you've got Capitals that you can bring into the party. There will be a Capital from Hoven. It'll be a great operator to get them in towards the armory. You can Capitao off dirt, Capitao off in towards AKs as well. But we'll see if they can get that far, because they have to deal with these roamers upstairs. They know there's going to be one in towards construction, and that's exactly why Hoven's going to hold the hatch drop. Maybe see if Dark will be pushed into his crossfire. At the moment, he's not moving. He doesn't feel pressured. So Bleed just going to try and maybe leave them, but turn has opened up, and oh, look at this from Leader. The opportunity spotting that I mentioned, seen a gap in towards Blue, drops in, but I9 is there to pick up the kill. Hoven, however, has assisted his teammate and is into the mixer as well. It will be a 3 versus 4 with Bleed in control, but this is a weird round. Not a lot of map control, but they have got some portions of the site. Ollie, you back? Can you hear me, Ollie? He back? Doesn't look like he's back yet. She still got me. This is a dangerous one still for Bleed. Mostly because not entirely sure if there's still roamers. Maybe try and flank in towards Hoven. That's why he's got his gun up ready for this flank. He's almost just waiting to see what the rest of his team can get up to. Mentalist does have the diffuser in hand, so that's the player that you want to try and watch for. We'll try and open up in towards Moto, so they've almost went from trying to gain fast control of the site just to backing away. You know, we've seen that Herd was inside of Dirt for a period, has now rotated out of that position. Bleeder just focused on slowing down the pace and seeing if they can do the traditional line of thinking, which is just get these hatches open, get the wall open. Reaps, however, finds a kill just in the site. I9 goes down. That was from the hatch. And now Bleed have a big advantage. This blue fight, though, is big. If BG Man can win this engagement against Hoven, it could be massive. And in goes the flames. BG Man, though, is limited reaps as he tried to push in towards Dirt. No, misses out the shots. Dark in behind Armory. They know exactly where BG Man is. Flicks a shot onto Hoven, but Turd is there with the cover. Very sketchy round from Bleed. We've seen a quick initiative push from Leader, which did not work. But Bleed still being able to make it work for themselves, as Fury just could not hold on. Again, that engagement from Reaps, where he found that man, peeking, I think, the hatch. Again, you over peek, you lose that man in towards Church. You just put so much pressure then onto everyone else, especially that blue player, because he's not going to have support. You know, sometimes if a player's pushing from blue, you can maybe have your teammate from Church try and come over and support you. That can happen, but you lose that player in Church, there's going to be no hope for you at all. Ollie, are you back?
Hello.
Hello? Are you good? Is that are you testing me or something? Am I still worthy?
Well, yeah, secretly I was actually just watching the whole time and just listening. Just to see how you got on. No, unfortunately, a little bit of an internet issue my end. So I've had to set up a little emergency hotspot. We should be good to go now for the rest of the day. But if I do go a little bit low, I do apologize.
I've always wanted to cast with an Android.
With an
I'm
AI.
fine with that. Yeah. It's true, I don't need you. Just have an AI.
In a few years, it'll all be AI, won't it?
That's the future. It's like garlic bread, it's the future.
So, Bleed winning round 1, was it downstairs in the basement or was it upstairs?
It was. It was downstairs in the basement.
Nice, nice.
Good start for Bleed. I mean, it was a weird round, but still, like, they were going really fast and then they just slowed it down and then they win the round. So, being able to switch the playstyle, I think, whenever they know they need to have a bit of patience and start probing the site. Great characteristic to have. Straight away, though, from Fury, not mucking around, straight in towards the next site, not wanting to go in towards that basement. Instead, they're looking towards that top floor. But as you can see from Bleed, just going through the motions, opening up utility. Castle barricades brought in, but can be very easily countered by the Habana. Of course, those main walls being opened up, that single wall construction is open. Places a bit of pressure in towards I9, and look at this from Reaps downstairs using the skeleton key to see if he can root out some of these defenders who, of course, are always going to be playing in towards that cache from a strong position. Defenders want to keep a hold of.
Bit of control inside of Garage now as Mentalist start to transition his way through. Looking a bit unsure at the moment. The flank may be a bit of a question mark at the moment for Bleed. But again, the pacing in these rounds is exceptional from them. They've got a lot open. They've got the construction wall open. They've got access into cash if they want it. Got Reeves. He's just going to be setting up a camera there and watching the flank over on those cash stairs. And now we can hit that rotation. Maybe start to take a look over at Jacuzzi. You still have an exothermic charge and plenty of Hibana pellets to go through. So there's a lot of option to get that Jacuzzi wall open as well and really start to ramp up the pressure.
This is where Bleed are just going to take their time, use the full 3 minutes that they get available to themselves to probe that bomb site, look for the weakness. Hoven, the opening pit, takes down BG Man, but very swiftly traded off by I9, and already you can see a difference in terms of what we're dealing with. You know, Fury compared to Direwolves Ollie. You know, Direwolves just were not getting the trades back, but you can see Fury, if they lose a bit of ground, they're going to try and take it back somewhere else.
Time going to start to be a bit of a factor here as we enter the final 15. Going to see Leader first to fall there, and an aggressive swing through. Smashes that mirror window, but with 4 seconds left on the clock, you've got to keep your eye on the kit, and it goes down. 3 kills for I9 and Fury. They're able to choke out Bleed on time.
Yeah, having a lot of issues with actually just gaining control of Bathroom. You know, that mirror window was left way too late. Obviously, they tried to counter that using the Grims, firing it in towards Bathroom, but 1C4, for example, causes a lot of issues. I think Bleed just needed to, I would say, more attention to detail. You know, you probably should have tried to rotate over maybe the Hibana to see if they could open up the mirror window. Yes, I know there's going to be mute jammers and stuff in the mirror windows, but bring in impact EMPs. That's use just Thatcher options to do it. I think that's kind of where they stumbled. It was they just didn't have great control of that bathroom area. Again, a key part of that bomb site. It's almost the heart of the bomb site in many instances. You lose control of bathroom, then you really give up most of the site. So, strong position to play, of course. We know with the mirror window being up. I think just, yeah, like I said, more attention to detail from Bleed's side.
And Bleed may be missing out on that big impact operator for that last second execute as well. We saw it came down to a bit of a desperate flood there. So we're seeing the Ying band this time. We didn't see any Ying played by Bleed earlier on. Very precise impact there. Wamai will be setting up some discs here inside of Garage. With the Ying band comes the availability of a Monty Mentalist. He will be looking to take control of Garage, but it really isn't that easy. You've got the Wamai magnets, you've got the Azami, you've got those Kiba barricades up there. A lot that needs to go well to get that done, and Leader to get that wall open. We do see the Cade come in from the other side, and it just gets it. I thought the Cade was going to be too slow, Demo.
No, it's he put it on the wall, but he didn't detonate it immediately. He wanted to get up to the rooftop before he detonated it, and that's actually cost him because of that. Again, shouldn't be an issue because they still have an extra one, plus more EMPs, and it sounds as though the wall has been opened up this time around. And they don't need one for Garage. They have the can openers as well being brought in on the side of the Capital. Shows great value. Not only do you get with, you know, the fire arrows and the smokes, but even that secondary bit of utility you can bring, you know, similar role to what I mentioned with Dokkaebi. You know, that secondary gadget can be big for a lot of operators.
Those secondaries are massive. I've always stood by the tin openers being one of the best things that the attackers can bring, because it just relieves so much pressure and you can be a lot more self-sufficient. Oven, not only is he bringing the kitchen sink in terms of utility, but he's also picking up opening kills. Grabs the first over onto Castle. Mentalist, he can continue just to give out this information. Turd, he's going to find himself down. And Mentalist left on barely any HP there. He takes a huge chunk of damage.
He's trying to EMP away. I believe some of the Wamai discs that maybe were spotted out. But because of that, it just takes a lot of damage for really no reason. And right now for Bleed, it's not a good position to be in, mostly because Mentalist is up against the smoke. And with such low HP, he just can't afford to take any toxic fumes whatsoever. Leader has found a kill though, so it is man advantage towards Bleed. They need to get a move on. Time is slowly ticking away from them. Dark. That's a down, but not a kill. And Hoven can still be revived, but it is a risky one. Being revived right outside of a window isn't the easiest of times. And Dark, a kill falls for him. Leader is down. But look at this Monty just stalled out via the smoke, and now looks as though they're going to try and make the approach. BG Man just runs around like a headless chicken and loses his head because of that.
Look at the time, though. 10 seconds. An important engagement. One you need to win. He's going to find one arc. All down to I9. Left in the clutches. Finds the kill onto Hoven. And there's not enough time to get that diffuser down. He had no HP to speak of and still manages to clutch things out.
Bleed the time. Killing them again. You know, it's fine for teams to take their time. You know, we've seen teams win plenty of rounds whenever the timer even hits 0 and, you know, they make the round work for themselves. But now we've seen 2 occasions where the time has ticked away from them and there's been no results. So we're at a position where we can say that Bleed now is just too slow. They need to pick up the pace. It's all right if you're taking, you know, a long round but still winning. Now you're playing rounds taking a really long time and you're losing. So now that becomes an issue. So Bleed just need to pick up the pace. I mean, it's a situation where they're just scrambling for the kill, but the barbed wire actually came in pretty clutch there, Ollie. Just to slow them down just by, you know, half a second. Whenever you're dealing with that kind of time frame, that's all you need.
Exactly. And especially with the new changes, barbed wire as well, it just makes the whole ordeal a little bit more stressful, doesn't it?
5 seconds to insertion.
Downstairs we go. This is where Bleed were successful in round 1. Not that I saw it, because I was trying to reconnect myself. But I have it in good authority from you, Demo, that they did a good job attacking downstairs.
I can vouch for that, yes. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, what would the judge do? What would the judge do if you're called up in the witness box and you just go, I can vouch, Your Honor? Is that... You allowed to say that? I can vouch for?
Probably.
Probably.
Well, it wasn't the player that I thought it might be. It's actually the castle. I would have had it on my bingo card that Mozzie would have found himself in that first engagement, but instead, Turd is able to take down Dark.
Yeah, well, here's the thing with the castle players. Usually, if you're put on castle versus trap, you're going to be setting up, you know, some funky setup, which they have. You know, they've castled in towards the mid floor. And obviously, you're going to need somebody to play in those positions, and it's not an easy one. We'll just stick the castle in there. You know, that's what you sign up for. Castle is just going to be used for the horrendous spots. And it will involve you just dying. And that's what's happened. Oh. Tried the knife a drone.
Oh, Leader's
Leader.
not finished there. Look at him
kills.
go. This isn't his role. He's not going to be doing this. Potentially.
He needs to be careful.
Got an idea of where they are. I mean, he's already done more than enough to secure the round here, but I9 again. Look at him go. This player's unstoppable. He's 8-1 right now. He's single-handedly carrying Fury through these rounds.
Oh, a trade! Turd and BJ, man. They will trade, and right now it's a 1v1. I don't know how I9's got away with this. I mean, to be fair, it was actually not a bad idea from BG Man to actually walk up and try and trade off.
Attackers have recovered
You know, probably trying to get a one-up against her, but a trade's a trade. Here's the Fenrir. I'll be seeing if he can try and use the gadgets to the best of his ability. Again, like I mentioned, you can only activate a few of them now compared to previously. They can all just be shot off. Still plenty of time here for Mentalist. Uses the drone. Get himself down in towards that main stairs. Using that drone actually as a cross for himself, but he just drops an I9. Just standing in the middle of the site. Acts as a flying pancake almost.
3 rounds in a row that I9 has been the star player for Fury. He's 9-1 right now. Not only is he picking up kills mid-round, but he's also clutching out when it matters the most. Bleed. Maybe they got a little bit lackadaisical, Demo. Maybe they got a little bit complacent. Such an easy win over Direwolves. It's almost as though they've come in here and maybe they're not really taking it as seriously as they could because they're falling foul to some pretty basic errors. They had great momentum at the start of round 4. Picked up the open to Dark. Leader then gets another 2. They had a fantastic advantage, and one fell swoop, one small flank from I9 was all it took. And again, the numbers are back in the favor of Fury.
How are you losing to a guy in kitchen? Everyone knows if someone plays in kitchen, you're gonna die. Right, that's how it works. There's one way in, one way out of that room. And to see 2 kills come in is just insane. And then he escapes and gets down the staircase as well. It shouldn't be happening, but it's happened. Right now for Bleed, they need to dig in deep. I mentioned before the attackers have a lot of fun things that they can do on this map, and I do feel as though it can lean in towards the attacker favor. But right now, Bleed are just too slow and really costing them at the moment. I mean, nothing that Fury's doing is too crazy. On the basement, they've done a few mid-floor holds. Okay, that's expected with a few top-floor roams. And whenever it came to, you know, the cache site and the gym site, they're set up pretty default. You know, Azami's in towards rafters, along with Awamai for the CC and cache room. Then you look towards gym and bedroom, mirror windows and bathroom, castle off the windows. All of it's very default.
Yeah, they're not trying to reinvent the wheel, are they? They're just playing the defaults and they're playing them quite well. Not even really looking to extend into cache and CCTV, just holding that construction door. BG Man's going to be there, just keeping an eye out for any early drones that might be getting sent through. Got keeper barriers on both sides of him now. He's protected not only from the window, but all from that construction. Peel away halfway through the round. They feel comfortable enough. They've held on for long enough and they're happy to peel away and get themselves back to that secondary level of defense. Why the Logi hatch hasn't been opened yet, goodness knows.
Hopefully it will get opened up momentarily. But again, for Bleed Ollie, we're at a situation where 2 minutes off the clock. They've only just opened up the single wall. They've only just gained control of cache room. They still have those mirror windows that go up against. They have the mirror window in towards bathroom. So again, trying to go through that main jacuzzi breach just is going to be a no-go. Oh, I was going to say, don't be a miss-drone as well on top of that. Oh, look at this from I9 Ollie. A pre-placed C4 below. Doesn't look as though anyone from Bleed's going to be entering into that side off the map. And yeah, Fury just start lining them up and knocking them down as Bleed have tried to push in, have went for their execute, but they've been bad at back, and this is not looking good for them.
C4 will be successful from Dark this time onto Hoven. Mentalist, he's able to grab himself one, but 4 versus 2, 15 seconds. Really isn't looking too favorable. They're gonna have to shoot their way through here. Able to disable the mirror window, but far little too late. BG Man can be credited with that flow of information, ability to play off. Bleed, really just not dealing with this util game that Fury are bringing.
No, again, like I mentioned, Fury and their strats, all pretty basic stuff that we see day in, day out whenever you're dealing with Clubhouse, but Bleed just struggling with it. You know, we're seeing them get beat by a castle barricade of Nuke Jammer combination. That's all it takes to beat Bleed, apparently. Confidence is certainly lacking on Bleed, and mentioned before that Bleed you would expect to be the stronger gunners out of the two teams. Not today. Look at the kills. Turd has got their highest kills before.
Don't forget the mirror window.
Yeah.
the mirror window from Fury is doing as well, but it is that mute castle mirror sort of strategy, doesn't it? Of just choke them out, just remove that information, give them a lot of little mini games to solve. Bleed have gone from playing where there were no mini game ever apart from just win your gunfights to now really having to think about things and play with a lot more precision. It is proving quite difficult for them at the moment. Still going to be rough with the Monty approach. Into garage and last time demo, it really just didn't have that bite, did it?
Well, I think the biggest issue was Mentalist on shield and lost a lot of his HP. That means the smoke just tore him a new one. Whereas obviously with a full HP Monty, you kind of give yourself that little bit of breathing room where you can take, you know, a couple of puffs of the smoke and still be fine. But whenever you don't have the HP to do that, you just have to stand there, just out of the way. You can't allow the smoke to hit you at all. You just can't play as aggressive as what you would want to. And I mentioned before, Monty, the biggest thing that's changed with him over the past year is he can now go aggressive with the shield change. He can drop that shield and can just full on sprint at you, and there's nothing you can do against that. Stim pistol value, don't see that. Yep. Always see that.
I didn't know that docs could use it on others. Every doc in ranked with me just uses it on themselves.
Or else they do use it, but it's the Magnum they shoot you with instead.
Yeah, they just shoot you with a Magnum.
Yeah, I remember doing it all the time to people, and I was like generally trying to say, oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Of course I did. Of course I meant to do that.
Bit of a stall out here from Bleed. We've got good control downstairs.
In the story for them.
They've got a book that they can really start to take advantage of this space with. They still need to clear out these players, and now start to see that the fire arrows get sent onto the roof. That is going to drop them down, and damage will rain out on, but BG Man is going to benefit there from Doc's stim pistol and still be in the fight here with 70 HP. Turd gets a great kill. Hoven backs him up. This is much better from Bleed this time. They've taken Garage successfully, and they can now start to push back onto Fury. 40 seconds, 3 canisters. There is still a lot that the smoke can do here.
Monty has to be very careful where he wants to plant. Of course, the smokes, like you mentioned, will be the biggest issue. And there isn't a whole lot of room to maneuver in as well whenever you look at this bomb site. It is very small. If one gas cloud hits you, there's no real way to go if you're the Monty. Speaking of the smoke, it takes a lot of damage just from swinging the breach. Don't tell me we're going to see a jump out from the castle. This could be a bit of an issue. And Hoven will jump in the window, though. That means the castle misses out on the opportunity to strike, and Turd will find it. The smoke goes in to take out the Monty, but thankfully Bleed have enough numbers on the board to take advantage of Fury, and they will get a round back. So Bleed, they won the first round, and they won the last round of the half. Not been great, but still, 2 rounds is better than only getting 1.
Incredibly chaotic end to that last round as well. You had the time running down, players on low health, C4 still in play. Fortunately for Bleed, they had the numbers advantage. Turd picked himself up a couple of really, really important kills there. He got the dock on the rafters, and he also got the castle on that rotation. Had it not been for that, it might not have been as easy to break in, because for all that the Capitao had allowed the space and allowed Monty to be able to push up into Garage, still needed to pick up them kills. And it's Turd and Hoven that were able to do that. And they're not easy angles to hit, so Bleed have definitely been digging deep there. Now they get the defense side. Interesting demo, because you were saying, and I agreed with you, that with the way that Clubhouse is at the moment, you can often see it as fairly attacker-side. For Bleed to only come away with 2 rounds, and for Fury now to be in that driver's seat here with a nice couple round buffer moving into their own attack. Let's see what they can do with it.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how this first round pans out, especially for Fury's side, see what their kind of approach is in terms of how they want to attack. Based on their lineup, Ollie, we'll probably be seeing a kitchen armory plant. where you will try and rip open all of the floor in towards kitchen. That's why you bring in the ram. You'll then probably have some form of dirt pressure, which is why you have the Habana and the hard breach gadget, so you can open up as much as you can. And then we'll see the very smart strategy of using the auto, walking down main stairs, then into armory, and you can plant very safely into the back of the armor using the hatch as your advantage. Some teams will also just drop the Ossa down the hatch and then get in position, which can be a little bit more riskier because you're dealing with C4s that can just be tossed in and can maybe catch you. So that'll be the main game plan for Fury, is to clear out the site and then get the Ossa in to get the plant down.
We're still taking this upstairs control, and there's still a little bit that they need to get through. There's a Cade in play as well, although the hatch isn't electroclawed at the moment. Cade on a bit of a juggle at the moment. They can keep control of the Moto hatch.
They don't have any EMPs.
I was going to say, that is going to be a tough nut to crack, given the secondary utility. The Ram is going to be allowed to move through and rip open that kitchen floor, but there is no destructible floor in and around that Moto hatch, so it looks as though Fury are going to have to change tact here. A bit of damage taken there. Switch it down a little bit. He does get caught out on that vert. Those angles, of course, working both ways. Still with the Ossa, there is the chance to drop into kitchen, but you just need a little bit more going on, and that's where Oil Pit can kind of come into play. BG Man gonna be trying to make his approach down here now.
Mirror window though. That's what he has to go up against, and haven't eliminated it. That's fine. The Grims are going to be there to try and go up against the Aruni, but it doesn't matter as long as that mirror window's open. Turd will combat that player in towards Oil Pit, but he gets shot from behind as I9 has dropped into the thick of it. No diffuser though. Don't know where it's been left, but that's an issue for Fury. Nobody has it in their grasp, and with 15 seconds, they better get a move on. Hoven will find BG Man, tries swinging towards AK, misses the impact. No, Hoven gets eliminated. Now you leave Mentalist in such a tricky predicament. He finds one. Diffuser though, is it gonna go down? Yes, it will. Thankfully, it has been stuck. Now he has the 1v2 with 40 seconds to go. Takes so much damage in from the Ram. And Lycolis is there. Eliminates him. Touch and go there for Fury. A moment where they didn't have the diffuser in hand and it wasn't getting planted, but thankfully they did recover from it.
Showing good, clear thought under quite a lot of pressure there from Fury. I think the push was brilliant. They recognized nothing that they could do. Really change tact, get themselves stuck into oil. BG Man played a very important role there inside of Oil Pit, and the fact that he was successful, and you kind of just felt like there were a couple of players on the side of Bleed that were maybe trying to do a little bit too much. You think back to Hoven, desperately trying to get the impact out, trying to swing the window. There's still the mirror window there. He'd just taken a breath and punched window, maybe got a bit of a safer rotation, buddied up with his teammate. Might have been a bit better than leaving it as two separate 1 versus 1s that has eventually come down to a 2 versus 1.
Oh, look at this.
Margins for sure.
Something new, Ollie.
So I was gonna mention this earlier, and it just totally blew my mind because something else happened. This is the first time that we've seen Striker.
Yeah.
So
I'm impressed that you know the names, by the way.
Oh, listen, I don't mess around when it comes to
I'm
teams.
impressed, I must say. They're just a recruit. Come on.
So
Ain't no one saying strikers. You're saying recruits here. That's what you're saying. Let's not play games.
No, but listen, think about it. Imagine if you've got onto Siege in the last like 2 or 3 years. You might not be that familiar with Recruit.
No, everyone has to be familiar with the recruit. Come on now.
Well, not necessarily, but if you've just watched the reveal panel, then you're going to know who Striker is. So the whole deal here is that for anyone that's unfamiliar, or for anyone that doesn't recognize one of the operator icons, you can see there that Hoven is playing. And you can't even really call it an operator because it is Recruit. It's a recruit operator. There is no gadget. There is no ability.
There's no
there
lore.
Is just,
no
there
lore
is just
even.
secondary utility. So
No face.
he
We don't
can-
even know the face.
We don't even know the face. It's a mask. So, as a recruit,
Could be you.
you can bring 2 pieces of utility. So you can bring a shield and barbed wire, or a shield and a bulletproof, or a C4 and a shield. And it opens up a lot of options. It's a lot of fun in ranked because you can be very self-sufficient in what you do. You don't need someone to bring something to help your setup. But inside of a comp situation, there's a question as to whether you'd want that utility. But obviously feel like they wanted the shield and didn't really have anything else that they wanted to play. So they've opted for the shield and barbed wire.
I actually think they picked the barbed wire for a specific reason. As Dark is just completely ripped the head off Reach. That quick little Maverick line that they were just not expecting. But yeah, you look at the lineup, the only thing that Bleed would probably have an issue with is they don't have anything to stop a crouch walk coming up main stairs. And they also needed a shield. So let's just bring in, you know, an operator that can fit both. You know, it's one of the circumstances that you'll see that, you know, teams will be bringing in barbed wire. Also because barbed wire buff, you will take damage now whenever you go through barbed wire. The 3v3 though is Fury. They have trade kills back and forth in towards construction. Revive is gonna come in as well. Hoven is up, I believe, being revived by Turd, and right now it's Leader in the thick of it, but just meanders around the mirror window. Oh, Turd! That communication was not fed through the team to say that Leader can no longer hold on to the bedroom door. Diffuser going down, and Leader has to try and battle back against it. He eliminates BG Man. He's looking for the player on the diffuser. It has been planted. He should know exactly where he is. C4 being tossed out. That will make him move. He drops a hatch and he finds it down. A clutch from Leader. A clutch for Bleed. My, oh my. The new boy in the team pulls up big for his side and keeps his team in the game.
Brilliant clutch there from Leader, and definitely what Bleed needed at that moment in time. As you were calling that, I was looking at the utility that was left, and I noticed that there was a bulletproof shield on the Clash as well. So I don't know why we saw the recruit brought. I'll be honest with you. If it is for the barbed wire, then
It's
great.
for barbed wire.
But you would bring something else, surely. Because there was already
it's barbed wire and
deployable
shield.
and
But maybe then you want
but
the
they had a
bulletproof.
deployable shield. They didn't.
But maybe you want the BP.
No. They had 2 deployable shields.
Yeah.
Recruit had
Maybe
one,
they want 2
and the
deployable
Clash had
shields.
the other.
But maybe they
But
want
they didn't
to.
use the other. They didn't use the other deployable shield. Then it was in the pocket.
Well, then that. But that. Okay. Who was Clash?
Mentalist.
So that'll be then he'll be fined by Julio. That's not our problem. He'll be fined.
Get him on fraud one point.
Yeah,
We're
so that
sat here
works.
trying to make sense of why someone picks recruit and trying to work
I
out
just-
where the utility's going, and someone's literally got the same thing in the pocket.
See, rule 1, you've tried to make sense of Bleed. That's where
Well,
you've slipped
yeah.
up.
That's maybe.
This is
maybe
this is
an
a team that we
oversight on
seen
my part.
a few weeks ago. Boss G, Vigil, ACOG, Bomb Peak on Nighthaven. You know, this is what we're dealing with. And you're surprised. Boy, what a round. I mean, Leader, you're getting your money's worth at the moment, Bleed. Keeps yourselves in it. I mean, going up to 3-5 compared to 2-6 down is a big difference in Siege. So it's a round that they need it to get, and it does give them, now, I would say, a lot of belief. However, the man of the hour in the last round has already been eliminated. I mean, the opening kill stat line has just been traded back and forth a lot by both of these teams. Nobody's really running away in that department. A great start at the moment right now for Fury.
Yeah, picking up that opening kill onto Leader there, just as you were singing his praises as well, Demo. Taken down on the mute. Real tucked position here from Hoven.
Did they miss him?
I think potentially. He's got a little bit of support on the site as well. We just saw Reeps flicking a couple of cameras for him. Hoven here, if he can keep himself still and not make too much noise, he might find some success. The hop in there, that's going to be a freebie. And keep a barricade up the breach and get himself out of dodge. Picks back that opening kill, just leveling things up there.
And the issue is now, Ollie, is they've wasted half the round thinking the building's clear, and now the building's not clear. So they either make a decision where they have to waste even more time hunting out Hoven. You're not even guaranteed that you'll get the kill and not lose anyone, or you try and ignore him, go with a game plan, hit the site, but then have the risk that Hoven could flank you in the late game. This is a really tricky position now for Fury. With a minute on the clock, Hoven could be a real danger man.
Mentalist. Should be in behind blue generator. See Hoven, he gets white flash there, but still keep up a lot. Drops from hides. All he's got is a way out or what? Eventually will be taken down there. He had the deagle in hand as well. Obviously ran out of bullets in the primary. Now a bit of a push in through Dirt Tunnel, but look at what that has done to the clock here for Fury. It's decimate. There's 25 seconds left here.
Get the diffuser, by the way. It's still cold on the ground. Somebody needs to try and pick it up, but I don't really know what they want to do, what they want to go for. Seeing the Hibana in towards Dirt is surprising, is hearing that a lot of the players are actually moving in towards Moto and towards main stairs. The smoke will try and stall out around in towards the church. There's still this mirror window that Turd can play behind. I9 is now snuck in, and he has no idea. Turd eliminated. Diffuser in the hand of the Ram. The shotgun from Mentalist will miss its swing. I9 eliminates another one, and another for I9. He has been the player off the map. My word, a quick free piece. He has no right winning that. Fury, you have no right winning that round.
How many times is I9 going to keep Fury in this? Without his performance here today, this could very easily be either an even game or a game where Bleed have a serious advantage. We could be sat here saying 6-3 to Bleed. I9, he stood up on multiple occasions. He's picked up plenty of multi-kills. And he's 14-4 right now. Serious lame coming out of him here. Bleed, they don't know which way to turn.
It's not looking good. It really isn't. I mean, I9 is just, he's on one. And how many times we sit here and just say, like, if one player's having a life game only, you can't do anything against that. That's the laws of Siege. And right now for I9, he is having a great time. Great old time. And Bleed just really cannot get going. You know, we looked at their attacking half, it was poor. You'd think, okay, maybe they can pick up the defense. But nope. Fury have already won 2 attacks. Everything right now for Bleed falling short. And I suppose if they're gonna lose the map, they try and do it in some style, Ollie, as they will be headed to our mid floor, in towards our bar defense.
Strange side choice, I think, especially given the weight of this round and the fact that this is Bleed's map pick, don't forget. Now it's Clubhouse, so there is an argument to say it's a club. Everyone should be able to play a club. It was their highest preference map at Manchester. They were 4-0 on it, so we know that they can play it, and we know that they can play it to a good level. It just so happens that Fury being a level above so far today. Still a chance for Bleed to make it back. Many clutches has really got in him, because without him, Fury would not be in this position, and if he starts to slow down a little bit, it would be noticed very quickly indeed. Starting to clear out this top floor. We've got a bit of control inside of CCTV. We're seeing a little bit of utility around as well. Logi hatch will be open. Hinges on keeping control of this tower. Vertical angles that you've got down in onto the bottom side. The hatches give that access as well. All things that you want to try and keep hold of up until the end, and in some cases past it. If the plant does go down and you still got that upstairs control, you often have something about that thing.
The issue that I have with the setup from Bleed is you don't have any info. You know, Valkyrie's been banned. That means, you know, you're not subbing in an Echo or a Maestro, for example, that you would love to have. So it's just going to be really easy, I feel, for the attackers just to get the plant down behind the Oster Shield. That's exactly what they're doing. There needs to be some kind of approach from Bleed, and their will is Reaps has impacted out the shield and picked up a kill, but 2 kills back for Fury. Leaves Hoven Reaps in the clutch position. Hoven jumping out the double window. Nobody's home, but Reaps finds another kill, moving in towards the kitchen corridor. But I9 again, how many times have we said this man's name? I9, though, gives himself up as he tried to make a mad dash in towards the diffuser. Has been picked up, though, from BG Man. Now it's up to the Gridlock. Are the track stingers in place to see if they can maybe assist? The C4 being tossed in. Is that going to be enough? But no, BG Man moves his feet at the right time. Creeps up in towards kitchen corridor. And the cover's there. Fury take map 1. A very comfortable scoreline as well. Only 7-3. As easy as you like for Fury. I mean, what do you say about I9? Masterclass.
Absolute masterclass. Definitely a live game. Could it be a live series that he is about to have here? He had a big part to play in Fury's win there. 18-5. On the flip side, play looked at on the side of Bleed that have done exceptionally well in the first series of the day. I think back to Hoven. I think I quoted it 26 kills or something like that off the top of my head. He was able to get in the first 2 maps. Just wasn't really visible there on Clubhouse. Bit of a shame for Bleed because I was expecting them to come out here swinging. I was expecting them to continue to be winning those, but they just lost out, especially on that clutch factor. I9 and what that can do for a team as well when you've got a player that's constantly clutching up, that's constantly hitting those shots. It can be a very big momentum swing, and that's really what we had in their back pocket today. They are going to take Clubhouse.
Yeah, look, still not done them.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC Rainbow Six Siege. Myself, XR Troika, and Demo, we are here to cover all of the action. We have got Bleed versus Fury right now. We are midway through this grand final, best of 3, to decide who advances through to the playoffs. Fury came out of the gates swinging, Demo, and they had a dominant first map win against Bleed over on Clubhouse, and it was largely in part down to a little player called I9. His clutches, his multi-kills, he was doing a fantastic job of keeping them in it.
Yeah, it's one of those performances that you look back and think, wow, he's just untouchable. I mean, 18-5 is unbelievable inside of 10 rounds, especially a map like Clubhouse, where it's not one of those maps that you'd expect to see, one guy just pop off, because it's much more of a kind of strat based kind of map where everyone's kind of getting a kill here, a kill there, and it's that kind of great synergy. We see those kind of flawless attacks come in. You had to see one guy just grab the entire game by himself and just pull his team through it. Yeah, it's one of those games that now you have to see if he can recreate it. Yes, you've played really well, but we've seen plenty of times where players will have a really good game and it'll just fall off. So now for I9, it's having that same energy, having that momentum, see if it can carry him through and just win the series outright 2-0. Because if he plays the way he did in Clubhouse, this game's done.
Absolutely. But if he doesn't, who on the side of Fury steps up? Because there was quite a large gap to fill there. You don't get an opportunity to get that many clutches and that many big plays without there being a little bit of a gap there in the first place. And that's something that Fury have to work out if it does come to that point. And of course, Bleed, I guess they're hoping that it comes to that and hoping that they can take advantage of it and maybe have a couple of decent performances of their own. We've already played Clubhouse. We are going to be headed into Consulate very soon, and then Border as a decider if it is required. So 3 very different maps in the way that they play out. We've got Clubhouse that can be seen as attacker-sided. Today played out a little bit defender-sided, I think largely in part due to how well Fury played and their clutch factor. Then you move on to a map like Consulate, which is a haven for defenders. There's a lot of potential to play aggressively, a lot of potential for really starting to rat out. It's quite a big map as well. There's lots of potential to hide, and there's some decent sites to try and hold. And attackers often have to, do a lot of the same things in order to gain access to that building. So that's where we're going to be moving on to here. Who it will favor? Well, who knows? Because Bleed, they chose Clubhouse. So we are now on to Fury's map pick. So you would expect them to be pretty comfortable here, Demo.
Yeah, you would. But like I mentioned before, with previous engagements between both these teams, the last time they played against each other, it was on Consulate, and it was Bleed who won that matchup. So again, and that was only a few months ago. It's not like we're going back, through the history books from years and years ago. It was pretty recent inside of this year. So for Fury, they would need to have worked, quite a lot on their Consulate, because if they go in with the same old stuff, Bleed will just rip through it like they did previously. So I think now the pressure is going to be on Fury to see what they will change.
Exactly. What if they changed? What if they improved on in that time? You mentioned there it's a couple of months ago. That's a lot. It is a lot of time inside a Siege to develop and to grow as a team. So you would hope that they've got some new tricks up their sleeve. But all the while, Bleed, they'll have been working on their own as well. And we mentioned that we were drawing sort of from data from the Manchester Major and Consulate. It was a 4th preference map there for Bleed. They were 1-1 on it, so not really setting any, not really setting anything on fire, not really, doing anything on it, really. It's just a real middle of the preference map. They banned it 6 times, then it banned against them 5, so it wasn't a permanent ban by any stretch, but it wasn't somewhere that they were looking to actively go to. But those middle preference maps are often where these best of 3s are decided, because that's what you end up on. So you better hope that they have got something in their locker to try and bring it home. Maybe a bit more of a performance out of some of the sort of players that we've come to know and love on the side of Bleed, Demo. We saw a bit of a quiet day, or a quiet map, should I say, for players like Hoven, players like Turd, whereas previously we've seen them drop in double digits, struggling to get things going a little bit.
It now comes down to the mentality of this team to see if they can get themselves out of this kind of gutter now they've got themselves into. And you think I'm you're overreacting. They still have more than enough opportunities to win this series, which they do. But again, they're mapped down. They have to battle back 2 maps now to win the series. Whereas for Fury, they just have to win 1 more, and that's that. So the circumstances are very difficult. I think now for Bleed, and this is where now you expect the coaching staff to come into it. Obviously, you've got Giulio on the kind of back line, commanding the team. This is where now he has to step in and really try and get the nerves. If there's nerves, I'm sure there probably is. Get them fixed, and then Bleed can kick on and play some Siege.
Consulate, map 2 in our best of 3 here. Fury's map choice, they will be starting on the attack. Bleed starting things off on the defense. It is worth mentioning as well that Border being our decider, that is a map that Bleed historically have permanently banned. So have they permanently banned it because they've saved it, or have they permanently banned it because they don't like it? We may find out here today. But first, we've got to get through Consulate, and to get to Border, Bleed have to win right here, right now. Grim and Ying both removed there. Some very impactful operators in general, but especially so on this map. Fury going to take away the Valkyrie. That information that Bleed rely quite heavily on, and they're going to have to look elsewhere to get that same level of info. Something I always love about a Bleed fixture, the all chat's never quiet, is it?
Depends if they're losing or if they're winning, and it usually comes down to turd. I think at the major, didn't we see what game was it? Trying to think. I think it was during phase 1, and it was Bleed versus SSG, and Bleed take the first map, and turd in the all chat was just going crazy, and then all of a sudden SSG 14-0 them, and then turd's not speaking no more. So it's it's usually him.
That was when Nasfi went and gave him the roll of toilet paper, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really goes from one spectrum to the other. Mentalist trying to hide himself away there. Keep that Cade under wraps. Keep it hidden for the time being. And let his team do some of the prep work and the site setup as we get ready to defend this top floor. I'm really curious to the hiding of the Cade, because when you look on the face of it, there were a couple of rounds where Fury didn't even bring secondary heart breaches over on Clubhouse, and they really could have done with them. So I'm not sure entirely what they're trying to achieve. There will only be tin opers on the Amaru. No EMPs or anything of that nature, so these walls should stay closed, but in admin, it can still be dealt with. Of course, you just got to play vertically, play a little bit smarter, go below, gain a little
also
bit of
nade in over the top.
Drone, nade over the top.
Yeah.
Plenty of ways and means of dealing with these things. Or a good old forest drone.
Mm-hmm.
You manage to get one of those up there, and you can pull it in through admin windows. Going to do the same thing.
Again, keep in mind, this is defender-sided. Based on the previous major, it is the second most defended map in the game with a 62% defensive win rate. So this is going to be a good thing for Bleed, a good start for them to see if they can get a bit of momentum going in, of course, that second half, which will be their tougher end of the stick. Let's see what Fury are going to come up with, because obviously they're a very aggressive lineup. You've got Deimos, Allian, and also Namaru, operators that are going to be there to try and almost hunt people and gain fast control. And I9, speaking of the Deimos, has just tried to walk up the stairs, but Hoven has denied him. It's eliminated him. See that wall not being opened up is going to cause them some issues now, because you're really just kind of forced into walking through single doorways, and there's a lot of them on this map. As we know, in towards the top floor, it can get a bit confusing with all the doorways that you have to try and watch out for. But a good start for Bleed nonetheless, getting that opening pick, and they still have control of ending.
Third, starting things off much better this time as he picks himself up a kill. The opener going to Hoven. Toxic Babe's starting to choke out this attack now. It's coming through a little bit one-dimensional through this admin side. Of course, there are power positions. You can get tucked in behind vending. You often see Wamais play there with a shield, or in this case, you've got an Azami with those Kiba barricades. Smokes, all the while keeping Hoven nice and protected. and just burning out the clock. They know he's there, but there's nothing that they can do about it. Pridgy, he's going to be looking to make a challenge, potentially. He sends the Ash launcher down there, and a bit of a double swing comes through, but more Toxic Babes just stopping that push from going any further. And Hoven doing a fantastic job here. Look how much time, utility, and attention he's soaked up here. Just shoulder peeking ever so slightly occasionally, and the crossfires there. Reaps on the shot.
Unbelievable from Hoven. I mean, look, everything got tossed at him. I mean, he was even tanking Ash breach rounds as well at a stage. But it's because they lost the Deimos very early on. So they lost nades, which would have been a great thing to have to eliminate that Azami. Just the power of the vending machine. You know, like you mentioned before, Wama and a shield can be an issue, but equally Azami, you know, can do the job where you're almost bringing those portable shields. And it has to be said, though, great communication aside of Bleed. You know, Reaps and Turdfist were able to say to Hoven, don't move, we will trade you no matter what. And it's not even the fact that we will trade you, it's, don't worry, they can't get you. You know, we've seen how close Reaps was holding with the shotgun through the rotate in towards meeting. So even though it looked as though Hoven was in a very dangerous position, it was actually probably one of the safest positions for him that he could be in. He just didn't need to move.
They'd wrapped him in cotton wool. They were doing the best to try and keep him. He was the win condition there in that round. Yeah. Wrapped him in cotton wool and then threw him out as bait and said, don't worry, you will actually be fine. Just got to trust us. Just got to trust the shotgun.
Sharks are the puppies of the sea. They won't hurt you.
It's a big round for Bleed. I think a big round momentum-wise as well, because with Clubhouse not going their way, and with them struggling on that map, it's good to get off to a strong start here. They want to take advantage of everything that they can here on Consulate. We've mentioned that it's the second most defender-favored map in the game at the Major. They need to really be taking that for all it's worth right now, because I don't want to give Fury an opportunity to get this done in two. Lion Scan and a Dokkaebi phone call at the same time there. That ever aggressive mixture of global utilities. But it doesn't result in anything. The defender's more than happy to reposition, feeling pretty safe to do so.
Yeah, so Bleed have certainly set up with an idea of try and control a lot of the map. You know, not only are you defending the basement, of course, but look at the hefty amount of utility they've placed in towards the mid floor. Obviously, with the castle barricades being set up, all these kind of rat holes as well. You know, they're trying to hold almost, 60% of the map, which it can be an issue. I've seen plenty of times, teams just rush in for yellow stairs because they've seen a very, lacking there off of players in the actual site, and they just walk in. So it does put a lot of pressure on your anchors just to make sure that they don't get rushed, they don't get caught out by anything too surprising. Bleed have seen the setup from Fury and say, hey, these guys are really, really slow. Let's just fall back now and just play the advantage onto the site. It'll take them a good while to get that wall opened up, especially with a mirror window in the middle of the wall. Even trying to, get that thermited if there was one is going to be nigh impossible, but thankfully they have the ace to make quick work of the mirror window and the wall, hit both with one, but no kills for either team as of yet. So this is a tricky one. I don't really know who this actually favors, but we see a Dokkaebi call come in. Is that going to be enough to take out Leader? Yes, it will be. Just that little bit of sound helps Dark win that gunfight.
Lion Scan now just to try and catch any players that are rotating back down onto the site. As we hear that wall is further getting opened. Reaps is able to take I9 down. For all to do was the star player on Club. He's had a very quiet opening 2 rounds here on Consulate. Chance here for Reaps to play a little bit more aggressively at this close range. Going to pick himself up a second. Hoven shuts down one on the breach. He's going to rely on his teammate there for the second. 3 kills on the round for Reaps. He was a menace there at the bottom of those yellow stairs. Catches the Dokkaebi just sprinting through the side. Bit of a question mark there as to what their intention really was, but a round where Fury didn't quite get going.
Yeah. Very slow from Fury. The actual initial setup from them, look, they had that roam game to deal with in mid-floor, but Lead then looked at the timing and thought, hey, we'll give them it now, we can fall back. If you looked at actually some of the kills, especially that mirror could have been eliminated from the verticality from above. You know, even just missing out on that one key element is you have taken control of mid-floor, you've brought in the ramp. Why then is nobody playing on the verticals? Mira was just sitting right below an opening that you can just get an easy kill from. So it is a big question mark. Even if you looked at where the castle was playing. You know, yellow door is right there. How is he allowed to, you know, push up yellow stairs? Just all over the place for Fury. Honestly, I cannot tell you where 3 of those players were pushing from. Narnia, it seemed like.
Attackers are heading out.
Well, this is what we sort of questioned what would happen if Fury just go a bit quiet. 9-9, but a super quiet first 2 rounds. He hasn't had a single kill. You think back to his early round participation on Clubhouse, and he was seriously in that mix. I think after round 4, he was 8-1, something like that. So it's a lot of kills to try and match that, but that's kind of the point. We don't expect those big performances out of players. There's a couple that you might expect to have a good performance every game, but we're talking best in the world category. Very difficult if you have a very hot and cold performance and the rest of the team is still running a little bit tepid. 2 rounds though, nothing to get too excited about for Bleed. There's still a long ways to go here on Consulate. They're going to be taking us to the split floor site. We're going to be partway inside of Tellers and then partway inside of Archives downstairs. Very popular site for Consulate. In part, I think, just because of how difficult it can be for an attacker, because you've just got so much to try and attack and clear.
Again, for Fury, it's slow and steady as it stands. It's not the, I would say, that the heaviest, you know, kill map we've had so far, Ollie, where a lot of players just want to try and stay alive. That's the kind of name of the game for the team. It's not being all gung-ho as maybe what Clubhouse was. Teams really just picking their moments to try and pounce. And right now for Fury, it's just a case of trying to get into position where they can maybe use that diffuser. Typically for this bomb site, as we know, trying to plant in towards Tellers is going to be a no-go. Simply because there's going to be a lot of C4s. You can see the pulse coming in as well. Oh, Hoven gets the kill from the top-down vertical angle. I'm surprised that Fury have let that one slip. They've really tried to go just full-on in from the secret wall in through the bottom of Blue and into server, but that has not worked out. You're only really working with one doorway to push from, and yeah, this is going to be a lockout round from Bleed. Fury, all of them just go down, and in typical Bleed fashion, all of them try and get the kill. They do feed BG Man a few kills, but other than that, again, another great round from Bleed, and now they sit 3-0 up.
I love how Bleed just commits that last kill so hard. Because some teams, you'd be sat here for however long's left on the clock, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, sometimes longer, and you're just waiting for the inevitable to happen. But when it's Bleed, they just throw, as soon as they know exactly where he is, they just throw bodies at him. And they just overwhelm. And yeah, they're going to pick up 2, they might get 3, but there's no way that they're going to get all 5. Bleed just throw bodies at the problem to get themselves into that next round as quickly as possible. And to send that message, it also keeps the pressure on Fury here. They really didn't have very many answers when it came to attacking that split floor site. Now, if we cast our minds back to round number 1 and what happened there, we saw a very heavy admin side push. And we saw Hoven basically win the round from tucking himself in behind the vending machine. He had a lot of assistance. He had Reaped on the shotgun playing very close. And he had some utility to dart around as well. Now, if Bleed are going to go for the same plan, Fury need to bring some tools that are going to assist them in dealing with it. And the way that they are going to go about that is they've brought a gridlock and they've got a Capital. Both are going to be great at displacing players. You've got the Capital fire arrows, you've got the gridlock track stingers. You can really try and root somebody out of one of those powerful positions, like behind the vending machine, with that utility.
I think right now for Fury, it's just the timidness of how they've actually approached the openings of a lot of their rounds so far. They've been very slow. They haven't really wanted to get into the early engagements, but you know, it's surprising because that's one thing that they were not afraid of doing on Clubhouse, and it actually paid off really well. I think in the maybe the opening half, yeah, maybe they didn't get as many opening kills, but certainly towards the second half of the map, they were just raining them in. So it is a big surprise. The one big thing that is different is they didn't have this wall to play with last time because it was caded off and they had no way of actually getting through that cade. That wall's now open for them. It just kind of cuts off the majority of the site. You can't really cross between both the bomb sites now. It's very difficult. And there we go. Finally something that we can talk about that has been well done by Fury, and that's getting the opening pick.
I9's paid for it though, hasn't he? He's on 1 HP. Not going to be good for much. A Gumine or a sniff of a C4 or a Vulcan Shield, and he will be down and out. Reaps will be able to trade that opening pick back. Takes out the Lion. BG man. Maybe going to try and throw some track stingers in and start to restrict some of that access to the top of that spiral stair. Slowly but surely, Bleed giving away some of this map control, but the intention isn't really to hold into admin, it's to hold the corridor. And that is really where they're going to try and make that stand. That's where we need to start seeing the utility rotated around a little bit. Chance here for Crit to get himself into a decent enough position, but everybody on the side of Fury seems to be moving pretty solo at the minute. We do have I9, but he's cautious. He doesn't want to go too aggressive too soon. He hasn't got a great deal of HP to speak of. And what little he does, he needs value out of it.
Yeah, the time again, just ticking away from Fury. They need to get a move on, but as we know from Bleed, they have these shotguns who play in such dangerous positions. However, the shotgun will be smoked off now. Nobody's moving. If you're smoking the rotate, somebody needs to make a play, but they're just not doing that. And now they're stalling out. Turd finds one. In comes the shotgun and reach. Yeah, there he goes. A pistol swing gets denied, and Bleed pick them up one after another. In Fury, you're using utility, but you're doing nothing off the back of it.
Fury looks so timid there. It took them ages to get into position to throw that utility, and then when they did, they just didn't have a plan for it. Finally, we are seeing our first tactical timeout. We didn't see Bleed take one in map 1. We didn't see one at all in the first series demo. Fury 0-4 down now are choosing to take their tactical timeout. This just gives them a moment to breathe. They can have a conversation with their coach. It is the only impact and the only input that a coach can have during a live game. Coach's mic is muted, and it will be unmuted by the admins at the point of the timeout and then muted back up again, so they can watch everything, they can hear everything, but they just can't contribute. This is the minute that they get. It's a short amount of time, but it is very valuable indeed. Timeouts, typically, they're good for a round. Are they good to pick up another 2 and give Fury a chance of staying in this, or are Bleed a little bit too far gone at this point?
It's not looking good for them. They need to get these next 2 rounds, really, if they want to have a chance to stay in the fight. Yes, I know I've seen teams come from 5-1 before. I think back to ITV versus Wolves, the very first play day of Stage 1 in EUL. It was a similar story, you know, where it was a 5-1 half, and then it turned into a 7-5. You know, I've seen it done before, but I don't know. This feels different. You know, this feels extremely one-sided at the moment. You know, as much as what we talked about, it did feel as though Fury just were doing everything out in Clubhouse, and Bleed were just nowhere to be found. This is completely different. You know, it's a big switch up. You know, Bleed looked somewhat decent in some of those rounds, but Fury at the moment, just nothing to scream and jump about. And I9, from where he was, he's 0-4 now.
not the performance that you want out of a player that carried in map number 1. And this is what we said. If that player doesn't show up, who shows up in their stead? But so far, nobody. We've got 2 players sitting on 0 kills, 4 deaths. We've got Crit J sitting on 1 and 4. Dark 3 and 4. BG Man 3 and 4. There's no one even positive. Back to losing gunfights and not being able to find a way in.
Wait, is this Direwolves? Are they playing again?
Well, that's what it feels like, doesn't it? It feels like Direwolves have subbed in for Fury for map number 2 because we're just not seeing Bleed have any opposition whatsoever. And it's actually becoming quite difficult to gauge how good Bleed are.
Yeah, it's that's a great point. 'Cause you
Like,
think, oh, you know,
how do you decide if they're good or not?
I mean, we'll see how this blitz works. Is it just going to be a blitz to try and take control of yellow stairs, and it will do that. But you know, you look at Fury versus Direwolves. Was it the case, or sorry, Bleed versus Direwolves? Was it a case of Bleed being really good, or was it the case of Direwolves just weren't good? And again, now we're in a situation, or is Fury really good, or is now Bleed just actually quite bad? It's a weird day we're having in Asia right now. The opening kill will go in favor of Fury. But again, straight away, Reaps has got the kill back. He's currently 9-0, Ollie. That is, that's impressive.
That's just the impact that player can have, though, isn't it? We've seen him have these days before where he goes 9-0 and he can be extremely impactful. Maybe it's his time to shine. He's let the rest of the team have a do. Hoven, third.
Reaps.
And this is his time to go. Picks himself up another, hits that double digits. 3 versus 3 though. And a minute left on the clock. Dokupi call will be used. That's going to be the final one, and there's no air jobs left either. You can hear those placed out around the map.
Right now for Bleed, it's very separated kind of siege right now, where all 3 players are just by themselves. Again, this is a mid-floor defense. They're maybe trying to play around the Maestro cameras from Leader, but he gets eliminated. Lycolis appears, and now Reaps has to make a play. He will try and move in towards the yellow stairs. Oh, that was close. Both of them just missing each other. It's I9 up against Reaps, who will win the engagement. Reaps all day long. I9 is just fallen off the face of the earth in terms of gameplay from where he was in Clubhouse. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Mentalist is in the site, but they know the hatch is going to be open for Reaps, and that's going to be another down. Reaps with the shotgun in hand, but gives himself up to BG Man as smoke goes in. But Mentalist clutches up. He had the info. That was looking scary for a period. But still, Mentalist wins the round. Reaps, a quad from him. My, oh my. 5-0 Bleed.
Big round for Reaps. Nearly picking up the ace as well. Could very easily be a flawless defensive streak here. This one round will decide if it is or not, and it also will decide a map point. The momentum that Bleed have got right now, they are going to be wanting to get themselves onto border as quickly as humanly possible. Can they do the clean sweep? Can they pick 6 rounds in a row? It gives them so many opportunities on their own attacks. Even if Fury win the main primary sites, there's 3rd choice bomb sites to go at. Be a very good sign for Bleed in taking this to a map 3 if they're able to achieve this. Fury on the flip side, they've got a mountain to climb. And it still isn't over. They've still got this basement to attack into. And we saw them open the breach last time, and it was kind of a bit of a desperate flood through the breach. There was a bit of an attempt at a roam clear, which was semi-successful. We're going to have to attempt that roam clear again, though. We've got Leader. He's miles away. He's up in admin.
Everywhere right now, aren't they? A big roam game coming in. Of course, from Bleed, it's something that they haven't really shied away from. Oh, third, here you go. No Boss G, though. That has the K1A. That's going to be a player on a drone. Third going to go for it. But the impact can just jump out. It would be an absolute free kill for him. Maybe he's waiting for the repel. I think that's exactly what he's waiting for. So he won't move just yet. There are air jabs, though, on the side of I9. I wonder if maybe he's been able to air jab one of them. And look at this from third. nerves of steel to remain where he is. I wonder if it's going to work out for him, though. Yeah, they're going to know he's there. Again, use this as scanner, but still, you're going to know roundabout where the Vigil is, even if you can't see him. Upstairs, Reapso has been eliminated. That's the player that they needed to kill if you're Fury. It is going to be a 4 versus 5.
A chance here for Fury to get something done, especially with Reaps being taken out there and the devastating effect he's had so far for Bleed. Still got Leader out on the roam, and he might only have the SMG, but still a devastating weapon in the right hands. Matches being watched. Only a few avenues of approach here for Fury, but they do have a good deal of time, and they're going to use that time to start to open up some of that vertical, a difficult angle to challenge there for Mentalist, and he's going to be punished for it.
Need to try and retake in towards the mid floor, but you would expect air jabs will be held. I mean, even just having extra 2 players, 1 player can sit and hold the flank for the rest of the team. In comes the Vigil and opens up a kill onto Dark. 3v4. Is it doable now? It depends if Leader can get stuck into the action, but he will be hurt, but still wins the engagement, but doesn't have enough ammunition in the SMG. I9, welcome to the party, pal. Actually didn't even get the kill, only just got a downed finished off, it looked like. And Hoven has to clutch a 1v3. I mean, I say has to clutch. He's okay if they don't. They can still try and win it out on the attack, of course, but yeah, misses a lot of shots from the SMG. And Fury at least gets something. A 5-1.5 is how it stands. And look, a lot of people will probably sit here and say, oh, it's done. 5-1, how do you come back? Look, I've seen it done before. That's all I'll say. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, lock in. That's, yeah, all I will say to that is lock in, because there is a very real possibility that Fury do this. I wasn't overstating how important it was for Bleed to win that round, because you look at it and you think, but it'd be 6-0, like it's massive. Them being on a match point every single time that Fury are batting against it, all they've got to do is get lucky ones, and the series, the map's theirs and they're on to the second map. Now they've got to play well and get a little bit of luck on their side as well, because you sometimes need a bit of luck to get rounds on the board as an attacker on Consulate. Fury, as long as they can hit that mental reset, as long as they can just take this 1 round at a time, they are more than capable of pulling it back. It really does depend on Bleed's ability to attack this, and a lot of the decisions that they are going to make. If we look at the lineups, we're seeing different things coming out now. We're seeing a Fenrir and a Solace be played from Fury. Think back to Bleed's lineups, it was a little bit more C4 orientated. We had Azamis, we had smokes, we had things of that nature to try and, sort of slow and stop the flood of attackers. Here it's a little bit different. It's more information based. And likewise, there are differences with the attack as well. Deimos being brought and a Jackal. A lot of focus on that roam game. That says one thing. You want to search out those roamers. You've got the Dokubi calls, you've got the Jackal Inox, you've got the Death Mark from Deimos. You've got everything that you need to isolate these players on the roam and to secure that opening pick.
Yeah, and I think Bleed were great at hunting down direwolves, of course, whenever we've seen them play earlier. The roam game, was non-existent from direwolves, mostly because Bleed just put an end to it there and then, but this isn't direwolves we're dealing with, it's Fury, and again, the opening kill goes in favor of Fury. This is what we've seen a lot during their defensive half, of course, in Clubhouse. Bleed just really struggled to find their footing, of course, on the attacks. Let's hope it doesn't happen again, and we can see that surprise border that, of course, Bleed have hidden for a very long time. Oh, almost with the Deimos, trying to see if we can catch him through the flooring, and nope, straight into the finds a sight of Reapso, who is just, I mean, basically he said, I9, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Well, he proved it to a point, but BG Man put an end to it. 3 versus 3. See the players starting to retreat down those spiral stairs and get themselves into the site. Oven going to start to try and work some of that vert. Entirely sure if the breach has been opened or not yet, but does seem to be electrified. The Cade will need to be found there. Still a minute, so there is time to get this done. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. And all the while you're working away at this, Fury know exactly where you are and you don't need to worry too much. Breach now will be opened, and immediately Mentalist, he's going to hit that rotation.
Still a tricky position, I think, for Bleed to be, and just based off timing, of course, which is obviously the elephant in the room, but even just trying to get through, you know, some of the gadgetry, you know, Fenrir trap still up, you know, Goo Mines can still be scoured, even a bit of barbed wire as well, can just slow that approach and just stop any potential backstab, which is what one player is going to be looking for. Turd on the backside, going to see if he can try and open up some lines of approach for his team, but look at this, it's just chaos right now on the site as flames are going off, smokes are going off, but the Jackal just sprints straight through. BG Man has no idea where he is. It's going to be a 1 versus 2, but the diffuser, where is it? It's going to be called and they can't find him. What on earth is that?
All coming down to the utility there. The Goo Mine, the Vulcan canister. Everything working against Bleed. Bit of deja vu as well, Demo, because it was the clock that did for Bleed a lot on Clubhouse. And it was the clock there in round 7 that did for Bleed again. Just too slow in that approach. Really taking a long time over some of the more simple tasks. Fury. Got one on the attack and one on the defense now. Back-to-back rounds have been won. They're going to need a few more back-to-back rounds, though. They want to try and take the series as a clean 2-0, but they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now. They will, of course, have to switch things off. They're going to be taking us to the mid-floor into Piano. Again, another site on this map where you've got to try and spread your wings far and wide. You can choose to hold below if you like, if you're going to bring C4s and a pulse and things of that nature, but with the lineup that Fury have got, it is much more likely that they will try and lock down that top floor. We've got some castle barricades getting set up, some regular barricades as well, just to slow down the approach. And plenty of bulletproof cameras getting thrown up there as well. 2 BPs and the Solid should provide them with a whole wealth of information.
Here we go. 5-2. Fury, start it. A good round to get back on the board. Get that first defense over the line. You have a lot more to go still. There's one thing that I've seen a few times as well, is this reverse mirror window. And look, it's great if you can hold in towards yellow stairs, and typically teams can do that pretty well. You know, yellow stairs into that kind of area where you're dealing with the baguette corridor, and then also in towards connector. It can be a tricky one because it's very 50-50 which way you look, and like, there might be a hole in towards bathroom wall as well you have to be careful of. So there's a few things if you're pushing in towards yellow you have to be careful of, and there usually is, you know, some form of, you know, countermeasure, maybe a Banshee, a Goo Mine, a bit of barbed wire, just something to kind of give the defenders a bit of a heads up. So Bleed just have to kind of go through the motions, just think about what they want to do, use the correct utility. And in terms of utility that they have, I mean, Twitch is going to be a great pickup based on the Goyo canisters, which did come in to cause some issues during the last round.
Wall going to get open now. The Selma will detonate. Kid J going to pick up a kill over onto Hoven. The Hibana out of action here. Open pick for Fury. Bit of a heavy push in here as Reaps. He's going to find a bit of success. All level with a minute 14 left. It's looking pretty typical for Bleed at the moment. This is the point in the round where they do start to stall out a little bit. See, they are sending the drones out there, trying to gather a bit of that information, causing a bit of frustration there. Kit J just can't quite find that drone. Does have BG Man supporting him though. Just stood on the top of these spiral stairs, watching that crossfire, but he does have to be cautious of below as well. It's got quite a bit to watch, but with the way that this clock's ticking, it is looking like it's going to come down to these final few seconds again. There's still that information game up there. We can see yellow pings getting sent out. BG Man going to find one over onto leader. Second, the Crit J is... It droned him only moments ago. Demo, they knew exactly where he was. A hop in immediately dealt with as Reaps is the next to fall. I9 starting to find some success, and like Ollis, he's going to clean up over onto Turd. Again, just a real stall out from Bleed, and they knew where those players were on that top floor demo.
Criminal. Just no tenacity there from Bleed just to go in and get the job done. And are you a believer? Are you Ollie, eh?
Bleeder. Get it?
There's no... If you somehow coin now the new term for the fan group with Bleed, you're the Bleed. You're done. You're finished. Look, I think right now for Bleed, this is where you need to, you know, let's do something here, fellas. Because if it goes 5-4, the game's gone at that stage for you. You've lost momentum. Fury are going to be on cloud 9. I don't mean the team. It's... where do you go from there? So Bleed, this is probably the biggest round for them. They need to get this round over the board. And look, it's going to be on the Tier Shuri bomb site. So you would expect them to do well here.
Yeah, the split choice site. Don't forget, Bleed have got a tactical timeout in their back pocket as well, should they choose to use it. I think if they lose this round, it's probable that we will see it. It makes sense to bring it out at this moment, just before the advantage does start to slip into Fury's favor. I want to see a little bit more togetherness from Bleed, to be honest with you. Sometimes do get the feeling they're just looking like, you know, 5 solo players out there trying to make something happen on the map. Again, there's such a heavy focus on this roam game.
Yeah, there is.
But look at what happened in the previous round. The roamers, they got away with murder. The roamers didn't get dealt with at all, and they actually picked up 4 kills between the 2 of them.
Need to see them do better with the drone work and just the information gathering. They have plenty of operators to gain the info. Just a case of how they want to approach it. It looks as though they're going to try and sweep from top floor down. Only issue is that they now have to try and dodge, of course, you know, C4s, which albeit they don't really have a lot of that. There is obviously going to be a few impacts you have to go through. Oh, almost from Reeks. It's a lot of damage onto I9. That's the player you would have wanted to kill. Yeah, that's the Solus who, of course, would be a bit of an issue if you'd want to try and go in for the plant. I do like the approach, though, from Bleed. I think gaining control of top floor and then just slowly working your way through the layers. It's a good idea, but you need to kill some of the important operators. You know, the operators that will stop you planting.
One minute 20. It's usually about this time that we do see Bleed start to stall out. Haven't picked up an opening kill this time, but they've got some good damage over onto I9. That's going to start to try and remove some of that utility as well. They have a nice little avenue into the site here, but there's that small part of the Solace below. Regardless of the hit points available, if Solace is alive, that scanner is still a devastating threat. Ram Gadget going to come in and try and rip open some of that floor. The castle barricade is going to slow Reaps down. There's a chance to try and rotate through, but with that vertical open just underneath of it, it isn't going to be the easiest transition to make. If you look at where the players are that are trying to push this basement level, they're a long way away from having significant impact. See now a creep on through, and Reaps going to try and get this plant down potentially. Drops the diffuser in an attempt to try and bait something out, but BG Man's seen success downstairs. Now going to try and go for that plant. He was desperately trying to bait the C4 or the impact from below, but it isn't going to come out. Has to get off it and will re-attempt now as the pistol's drawn. I9 perfectly distracted, and the plant has been successful.
Oh, Reeks. Unbelievable right now, the way he's just moved around the bomb site. 3 kills for him. The fuser has went down. Reeks was enough to give the cover. That's going to be such a difficult retake for BG Man. He has to walk up the staircase, which, as we know, will be guarded by Reeks. Another quad for him in this game. I9, just step away, mate. Reeks is outshining it, and I can't believe how that's even possible.
2 4Ks inside of one map. Reaps catapulting his team onto a map point, making border an even realer reality right now. Fury, not successful on the third choice site, but I just get the feeling that this map isn't over yet, Demo, because they've still got a couple of goes at very primary choice bomb sites to try and defend. And Bleed, they've shown us that, well, they struggle with the clock sometimes when it comes to attacking onto these sites, particularly last time attacking into the downstairs, the basement, which is where we are now. It was the time that really did for Bleed that and a bit of a diffuser fumble. Reaps might be going 19-4, but I don't know. I just get a feeling that there's a couple of rounds in this yet for Fury. We might have to wait to a third choice site again for Bleed to get it over the line. I could very well be wrong.
Crazy series. I mean, I single-handedly won Fury their clubhouse. And it looks as though Bleed now have relied on Reaps to single-handedly win out their Consulate. All they need is one more round on the attack, and they have 3 rounds to do it. And if Reaps can just continue to play the way he's been playing, you talk about, will it go to the third choice bomb site? I don't even know if we'll get to that stage. They love this trio, don't they? The Jackal, Deimos, and Dokkaebi. A roamer's worst nightmare.
It's just awful, isn't it? Imagine loading into ranks and playing against that. You'd be so demotivated to roam. I guess that's the idea, though.
Criminal.
Try and hem these players in and not give them too much option. Dokkaebi phone call there. It's giving some good information for Reaps, but he just can't quite pinpoint the sound at the moment. And give himself the flashbang just as a bit of security. Another call coming out. Reaps, he's still darting around those yellow stairs.
Weird.
You can even hear it on Leader's POV there. The phone calls are so loud.
Should know somebody is out and about. I mean, I just wasn't sure if it was above or below he was hearing that. And that's a red footprint. That's going to be very fresh, and it will be dark that they found. So they know he's very close by. Onto the yellow stairs is where he will head towards, and Reapso's been eliminated. He was going to try and cut off Dark as he was trying to retreat into the bomb site. F-Mark failed as well. We've seen them try and track the mute, but has not been successful for them. Sure, Dark is on site, and everyone's in the bomb site now for Fury, which is where Bleed wanted to get them, but look at the timing again, Ollie, for Bleed. A lot of time wasted with nothing to show for it. The only thing they've got to show is they've lost Reaps, you know, their best player right now.
Not ideal at all.
C4.
It was about the 1:20 mark when we previously saw this site that there was an attempt to try and open this wall up. And if you look at the time now, we're sub 1 minute. It's going to get opened with about 45 seconds left to go.
Impact tracked anymore. Hello?
That is not a good position really for Bleed to be in, especially when there's 9 players alive. Jackal going to try and get a track on. Hoven is able to find out Mute's location. BG Man will be called out there, but Fury, they can really lean into these power positions. And if you look at some of those keeper barricades in the setups, it's going to be so difficult to try and challenge onto that. Hatch, sure, it might get open. The C4 will be blown, but you drop that hatch and it is a death wish. 15 seconds, you need pressure coming in from that breach. You need someone making progress in yellow, and I9, he's going to shut down the first turd. Can he be the Terminator that he's needed to be? He grabs the second, but it's likely too little too late. Again, the desperate flood from Bleed, and it's dealt with by Fury beautifully. They just plant their feet. They don't need to move. They stay in the series.
Just time and again, Bleed takes so long to hunt the roamers. And the thing is, whenever you're bringing 3 operators that are specifically designed to help you clear the roam game, and if you don't get any kills, what was the point of bringing them? Okay? All you've done is scare them away, which really you could have just done with the Dokkaebi. By bringing those operators, that means you lose out on soft destruction. They only brought Reaps on with the buck. He gets eliminated. You have no other options. Even just the range explosives as well to eliminate the Kiba barriers, that also hurt them. It got to the point where, yes, they've opened up the hatch, they've made some vertical angles with the Jackal shotgun, And I see it hits like 30 seconds, and then I just see this mountain of concrete established in towards pillar. I'm just thinking, yeah, how do you get through that now?
Yeah,
There was just so much that Bleed had to go through, and they just didn't have the utility for it because they went so heavy in on the roamers. And if you don't get the kills with the roamers, what's the point?
Bring back Hoven on Flores like he was playing it on Clubhouse. That's what they need right now because, as you say, a lot of focus on this roam game. And the roamers are time and time again being given option to escape and dodge and get out of the way. Look at the lineup this time that Bleed are bringing. And again, there's a bit of focus on that roam game. They're bringing that Deimos. Turd really likes the operator. I imagine he really likes the pistol just because it's a super high skill ceiling weapon, and it's a weapon that I would imagine fits Turds quite nicely. It's in and around that Boss G ACOG sort of style of things. Blitz immediately just going to push on through and start finding some kills. Mentalist, he's here to play. The don't be called goes out and kills start to fly. Takes a bit of damage from the hatch. I don't even think that the goo mine had time to activate by the time that he'd hopped himself in. A revive onto the Legion, however. We'll do something to not let that man advantage slip too heavily. Nade will need to be dodged, and looks as though I9's cautious of what could be going on at the top of White Stairs there. The pulse above, you should think that you've got the information to really work with this, but the diffuser, nowhere near the site. Mentalist, not found a safe haven to get that thing down yet, and he needs to be careful because he's going to find himself out of action. Bleed now are going to try and clear this roam game. Mentalist has the kit in his hand. This is so risky, especially with the hit points that he's on. That impact's surely going to do it. He's going to get finished off there. The kill's confirmed, and somehow I9 survives. Drawn for the pistol and punished. Turd, I mentioned the Vendetta. The weapon that he likes. Can he make it work? No. Dark. He's kept his team in this. Leader to pick up the pieces. He can collect the diffuser. But what's he able to do? There's a whole minute left on the clock. Bleed have misplayed that something terrible.
That's the moment. That's it. This is where Bleed potentially could lose the map. Maybe lose the series. Who knows? And look, they still will get one more round, but I just don't think that Leader's going to be able to clutch this one up and gets eliminated. Knows he can't just freely walk into the site. I mean, the biggest info, or the biggest issue was just the information from Bleed. Is Mentalist was in the site, but he always had to keep moving because he was afraid that maybe the pulse could be below and could have C4'd him. There is a blind spot that you can plant inside of the Exor that you cannot be seen from the vertical angles above, but you can get C4'd, and that was the issue. By bringing in the pulse, you had Bleed second guessing themselves. They had no idea that the pulse was actually downed upstairs. If they had known where the pulse was, they could have went and planted, you know, so easily. But they just didn't have the info. It's one of them that they'll look back at the round and just be kicking themselves. They went for the call of, let's just hunt the guys above. Let's just go for that. And it just didn't pay off for them.
It's like images before unfortunate events, isn't it? You see Mentalist on low HP as the Blitz with the diffuser leading the charge up the stairs, and you just think, oh, please no. Just please no. There's so much time. You've got so many drones.
He ran around the site. He done a full circle.
There's got to be a better plan than this. Turns out that there may have been a better plan, but it wasn't a plan that Bleed came up with or executed. And as such, Fury, they have been allowed right back in this thing. They've taken it one round at a time throughout their entire defense. They've only dropped one round. Can they level it up here and take us into an overtime? Or is it all going to be for nothing? Bleed have still got that chance, and they are still that team that could pull this off. But they've gone from having a very comfortable lead and a fairly straightforward task to it now being incredibly complex and coming down to the next 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
I don't like this. Oh, I hate these situations because just if Bleed lose this round, all I'll be thinking of anyway is just what happened the last round.
Yeah.
You know, that round will just stick with me now. And certainly if Bleed lose this map, it will stick with them for the foreseeable future. However, great start though. Hoven takes out I9. 4v5, right from the get-go. 2 minutes still left. Looking at the lineup, they have a few toys to play with. You have the Capitao, you have the Sense, you have some operators that can make things happen by pushing into the site. And by taking out the Goyo, taking out an operator that, you know, obviously has impacts, can try and disable the Sense. Again, Sense doesn't have a lot of counters, but certainly explosives are one of them. That's a good start. But they still have a lot to go through. The smoke, the Warden, for example, that's going to be the big thing that they need to try and eliminate. But Bleed are just hell-bent on trying to take control of this side of the map. And looking at the kind of kickoff right now from Bleed is starting to chain a few kills together. 3v5 now, 2v5. Bleed, Ollie, looks as though they've said, nah, don't worry about the last round. We've got it on round 12.
Where was this Bleed rounds and rounds ago?
A bomb has been located.
Still not over, but it's looking incredibly likely that they are going to come away with this map. Reaps, could it be his final quad kill? Could he make it 4 quad kills on Consulate? Take Bleed to the 3rd and final map right now. Dark. It's an impossible task for him right now. He picks up 1 over onto 3rd. They do continue to give themselves away like this. It is possible, but it shouldn't happen. 35 seconds left on the clock. Reap secures his 3rd and final quad kill here on Consulate. He's had an incredible performance, and Bleed get it over the line, but boy, did they sweat for it. A 7-5 win on Consulate. They went up 5 rounds to 1, and we nearly got into an overtime to see who would win. 23-6 for Reaps. An incredible performance, and he mirrored that performance that I9 had for Fury on Clubhouse. 2 players, 2 big performances, 2 maps, but there's only 1 spot left in the qualifiers, and there is only 1 map left. We've got Border. We're going to cut to a very short break. After that, we'll be back, and we are going to conclude this qualifier and find out who we are going to be sending to EWC.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We have got Fury and we have got Bleed, and we are going into map number 3 here in our grand final to see who we are going to be sending through to the EWC playoffs later on this month. So far, we have seen Clubhouse, we have seen Consulate, we have seen both teams win a map respectively. Fury, they were successful in map number 1, and despite a slightly longer, more drawn-out conclusion, Bleed were successful in map number 2. They went up 5-1 at the split, but Fury ended up fighting back right up to 7-5 for Bleed to take it just before we got into an overtime. We've had a big performance out of our I9. We've had a big performance out of Reaps. What is going to happen moving into border demo?
Oh, we honestly don't know, because this is a map that Bleed have just not shown for ages. And I think this is where it's going to be really dangerous for a side like Fury, where they probably weren't expecting that this would be the decider map. They probably were expecting that, hey, Bleed probably would have banned this map away just because they've always kind of done that. And look, it's as good a time as ever, I think, for Fury to show this map, you know, for what they're playing for. And it's a massive competition that obviously they're going to want to try and qualify for. It's better, you know, better now than ever. And I know for a fact that the player that's picked up in the form of leader is someone who understands this map to a very high level and will probably have been able to assist this side in being able to play border. Because surely you would have expected maybe border would have been shown during Manchester. You know, again, that's another equally big tournament that you would have expected Bleed to do well on, but they never shown it. They were always banning it. So I think now for this side, it just shows that bringing in that new player who has a different way of playing Siege is going to just completely enable this map now to be part of their map pool, and who knows, could be an integral part of this map pool now for this team.
I think it just depends on how much Lead has been able to impart during the short time that he's been there, because that's the difficulty, isn't it? It's not a great deal of time, and to have a significant impact and go from a map that you don't play to a map that you're now going to be good at, it takes a long time to transition. There's some tips and tricks that are going to speed that up, but ultimately it takes repetitions, and it takes getting in there and getting into scrims, getting into officials, and just thrashing those rounds out. Fury, on the flip side of things, well, we've had both teams win each other's map choice. The last ban in the map pool, let me just see if I can find that here. It was actually Fury that banned last. They banned Cafe as their final map to ban. So essentially, Fury picked that they wanted to play a border as the decider, as they were the two remaining maps left. Whether you go Cafe or whether you go border, they've obviously looked at preference and thought, well, you know what? Bleed, they've got a very low preference for border. They've got a mid-range preference for Cafe. We will take them to their lowest pref map. But that can sometimes come back to bite you, especially when you're dealing with a competition as big as this, because teams will hide things and they will try and keep things pretty close to their chest until they have to reveal them and they have to bring out those big guns that they've been working on in scrims privately. Who knows what we're going to see? All I know is I love a bit of border. It's a very aggressive map. It's a great map for attackers, and it's a map that the bans really do heavily shape the way that the map is played out as well. So far, we've seen a good range across the bans. So today demo, earlier on in the series in the morning, we were getting sort of Monty bans, we were getting things of that nature. Now we've transitioned into that Ying ban, and the shields are being a bit more available. Both have their place on border, and both can be equally devastating.
Yeah, I don't actually know who starts on what side, which for me, I preferred starting attack on border. I think attack is very, very easy in border, just as long as you understand it. I always feel teams, you're either a border team or you're not. And that's just how it works. Some teams will love it, some teams will hate it. That's just what this kind of map is. And I think if you love this map, then you will understand the core fundamentals of how you need to attack this map. You need to attack it as fast and heavy as you can. You know, this is a very frag-heavy map. It's very, very small on the grand scheme of things. This is a very small map. There is a lot of really, I would say, room to work with. There's not a lot of room to maneuver with. There's some great shot-off angles that you can have, you know, some really nice long angles you can make. There's only 2 staircases as well, which just kind of shows how small it is. Typically, maps these days have 3 maps, but now we're only dealing with just 2. So, yeah, I think for Bleed, if I know leader and if he's got his team up to snuff of how to play border, I think they'll have a great time here. Fury, obviously, they like this map. They will happy to play here. They chose it over Cafe. So, yeah, it's just going to be a really fun game to see. And, you know, border's border. It's always going to be entertaining no matter what.
Well, you said that you didn't know which side the teams start on. The teams, of course, do, but they are currently deciding who starts overtime on the on which side if we do end up getting into an overtime. Fury are going to be starting things off on the attack for the time being, and we are currently deciding who is going to start in overtime on the attack. So for Fury, there is an opportunity for them here to flex some of those big, impactful operators that the attackers have, and to try and get a couple of rounds on the board. And for Bleed, it's really just a case of holding on. You've got to try and keep control of those key areas. You really want to try and win out those gunfights. We've seen a bit of a mixed bag in terms of performance. I think more so from Fury than we have from Bleed demo. We've seen, and I guess that's a little bit of bias given that we've followed Bleed's journey on the stream here. So we've already watched them play a series. We've seen players putting up decent numbers. But you sort of compare the Reaps versus I9 performance. I don't think that Reaps was as invisible on Clubhouse as I9 was on Consulate. I9 really wasn't at the races. It took him, I think, 3 or 4 rounds till he was able to get himself a kill. And seriously went from sort of hero to zero, where Reaps is always sort of bubbling away on the side, and sometimes he'll explode.
Yeah, it's a big, I think, drastic change whenever you actually look at the two players, where I think over the series, Reaps has been the better player. Obviously, I9 single-handedly won that Clubhouse, but then Reaps was here and there during Clubhouse, obviously was there during Consulate. And it's just the consistency. It's one thing that we always look for in great players is the consistency. It's all right being a player who can go big and go massive, but that's no good to anyone if you can only do that once every 5 games.
Yeah.
And if I9's one of those players, he's going to be no good to you.
Well, we'll have to see. We are going to be getting ready to get ourselves into the game very shortly. I know that the players are going to be itching to get themselves in because it's been a couple of days of intense competition for them. Of course, we played the games yesterday as well to decide who gets here and now. But we are finally ready to close things out. This is the closed qualifiers for the Asia region, the EWC World Cup. We have got Bleed, Fury, 1 map apiece. It all comes down to this border in this best of 3.
Here we go. Let's get down to business. So, naturally, whenever you're dealing with border, there's a lot of operators that are strong. I'll be real with you. Blitz, Monty, Brim, Ying, Blaz, Dokkaebi. The list goes on. Any operator that can cause a bit of chaos is going to be very, very good here. And straight away, Grim and Ying both off the board. Look, this will hinder the attackers a lot, because generally, both of these operators are seen as the biggest execute site operators in the game. If one's banned, you just bring the other. Sometimes if both of them are open, you will bring both of them. They're just so good at controlling the game. They're so good at causing chaos. Obviously, Ying just means that nobody can see, whereas Grim means that you can see them. You know, it's a weird dynamic, but both of them work extremely well on border, where it is a very small map. A lot of the rooms are very small. You think about the sandwich window over towards the top floor. You just place a Ying on that window and just watch the chaos ensue. So, yeah, I think Fury are going to be certainly in the back foot right from the get-go. Equally, Bleed will be whenever they switch over, but I'm curious to see now what line of approach Fury are going to go for, knowing that they don't have those big, bad, powerful operators that they'd like to fall back into.
Well, initially, they're going to be going for something fairly standard. I guess the only big bad operator in that lineup is going to be your Lion, isn't it, really? Everything else is pretty...
Is he a big bad operator?
Well, I mean, he was the biggest and the baddest at one point, wasn't he? Maybe less so now. We certainly don't have anyone that brings that level of impact to what we were looking for, but it's early days. There is time for a little 6-pick, although the 6-pick seemed fairly vanilla as well. Tell us. And bathroom is where we'll be defended first, and as is the case with border, everything just kind of calls for a full map hold. You can't afford to give too much away at all, especially not for free. You need to be choking up some of that utility. You need to be generating some of those crossfires and giving people a very difficult time of things. And that's why we're seeing setup pretty much at every corner of this map. I think the only place that hasn't really been set up is going to be inside of CCTV, but there likely will be some reinforcements knocking about there and maybe someone playing with a bit of a rotation as well.
not a lot happens so far in the matchup, which is strange because sometimes Border you'd see the odd spawn peek here or there, or the odd East Stairs challenge, for example. But very similar to Consulate, Fury don't want to give any kills away during that early part. Great drone on the dome of the office. You see a lot what's going on, and Reaps somehow wins that engagement. It's almost as though Dark walked into the spray of Reaps, and Reaps is looking for a second one. He knows that there's another player in towards security. The Ash will go in and eliminate the mirror window, but look at this from Reaps. Look at the aggression. Did he get the kill? Yes, he did. Before BG Man takes out Reaps. He's just picking off where he left off, Ollie, on Consulate.
He's not slowed down at all, has he? Reaps, still that devastating player. The position that he gets the kills in as well, you know, he's up and out. He's in front of the mirror window for the first one and the second. Playing way ahead of the utility. He's confident in that ability. You look at what's been removed here as well. We've lost hard breach, soft breach, and the global on Lion. You still have a bit of hard breach in the book, and of course you've got the Flores Rotero drones. There is one of them left as well. Seems like Fury feel comfortable that they've got a good deal of control on that top floor, but they've got to pick up a lot of kills vertically and for free if they want to try and get anything going here. And Bleed, this is the time for them to just dig their heels in and wait. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to challenge onto these angles. They can quite simply just sit tight and wait for Fury to come to them.
As long as they can trade off the kills, they should have no issues whatsoever. Hatch is going to be opened up for BG Man to use. Liquid Diffuser is in the hands of I9, and he will be moving towards that single wall towards the teller's windows. Flashbangs will go in to see if BG Man can drop safely, but nobody in a real great position to try and deny that diffuser. BG Man gets the kills, but not enough time on the board. Just not enough time, Ollie. Not enough manpower to make that round successful. I mean, all just comes down to Reaps. Gets that first kill, and then that second kill to aggress was just beautiful to see.
It's back to Bleed, isn't it? Not getting one opening pick, but getting two. And in the first part of the round, really quickly turning that advantage in their favor. For all that it can be an attacker-sided map, it can still be difficult to get in. And you've got to be mindful of that as Fury. Access isn't granted. It isn't a given. You're going to be able to get yourself safely and operating into the building. There's still a long fight to go, and especially with that balcony outside of CCTV and the balcony at top east as well. There's a lot going for it, really. You know, if defenders want to be a little bit more aggressive, and we know Bleed can be that aggressive side. Now going to switch things up here for round number 2. They're going to take us into Armory. Much more standard site, and it looks like a fairly default castle setup as well that's coming out. Castle barricades to divert and to adjust the flow of these attackers as they come in and just give them something to deal with. It allows you as well to play inside of CCTV if you need to as well, and with that mirror window, of course, got that option to try and hold DC from the corridor.
You think that frost mat's gonna get anything?
Listen, there's no such thing as a bad frost map. A very wise man once said that.
What game was it we cast it where you proved that right, and I was so angry?
The frost
What
map
was it?
It was on the frost map was behind the bar in Villa, and it was an NA team.
Was it M80? Was it Citizen Pogmat?
I was gonna say Dark Zero, but
You think?
unless M80 played Dark Zero.
Yeah, you know, it was a DZ game. Was it on Charlie or something like that?
Yeah, it was on Charlie behind the
Yeah.
bar.
Oh, I remember now. Yeah, and it wasn't it Troy?
It might have been. I don't know.
Being an idiot.
I'd hate to name names.
I think it was. I remember that, and I was really angry, but I think, did it not happen like twice in like the same game as well? Just another random.
Yeah, there was a few like
criminal.
Listen, when it rains, it pours when it comes to the frost map game.
It's a good start from I9 being able to realize what really done them over the last round was that mirror window. They've taken it out straight away. Even though we are dealing with the top floor, it almost feels as though Bleed are just trying to hold the top floor this time, as though it was the bottom floor setup that they went for. Again, this is something you see very common. Those castle barricades just to stop anyone running in towards break. You see it just slows down Fury ever so slightly because there's a lot of utility work that they have to go through, of course. You hear all of the X-Kairoses being dished out as well. Oh no, Turd gets eliminated, the Mira off the board, but what a great trade though from Reaps, this guy today, Ollie. You can't stop him. What? Hoven, how is Hoven taking up the Monty? Oh, he flanked up East Stairs. A flank has occurred where it should not have. A rookie mistake if ever I saw one from Fury. Now Dark, who's just meandering downstairs in the bathroom. Probably thinking, what's happened? Well, I'll be honest with you, Dark. That's probably on you. How has he got up East Stairs?
Well, Dark can make his way up East Stairs now, but he's not likely to have the same level of impact as the flank did. Still, these Bleed players, they almost just become statues as soon as they're in these kind of positions where they've got the man count and they know that, look, we're just going to wait for one person to push in. We're going to gather the information as we go. He shoots a BP, we know where he is. We can just start to adjust their angles accordingly. The Banshee going to further give the game away. A Mentalist with the swing to collect 2 clean rounds there for Bleed. With good man count advantages at the end of the round as well. Doing a lot of the hard work in the early part.
It's a great start from Blade. 2 rounds on the board. And now they go to Vents and Workshop. And this is always where I think it's a little bit tricky. Look, Vents and Workshop, I think, is an okay site, but I think still has a lot of flaws. Especially if a team can attack, Armory well and can get in towards the top floor. Just the vertical situation that you have with the B-bomb site is very difficult to deal with. I certainly think Bathroom Tellers is a strong bomb site to go alongside Armory, so this is where I think there's an opening now for Fury. Is if they can win here, which you'd hope that they can. But knowing Bleed, they'll try and hold that top floor for all that it's worth. I mean, the mirror windows, Ollie, that's one thing I have to point out. These have been very, very strong for Bleed.
And Fury have recognised that. They've played a lot of Twitch. I9 was able to get good value out of the shock drone at the early part of the previous round. The mirror windows, if they are left intact, they are proving very difficult. Of course, mirror can be dealt with in a multitude of different ways now. You've got the Ash Breaching rounds, you can of course punch them. Twitch is good and as devastating as ever at dealing with them. But the fact that they can be dealt with doesn't mean they shouldn't be brought, because it still gives the attackers something that they need to do. Sometimes that's all it takes. You've got to get out of position in some instances to effect onto that mirror window. You've still got to win an engagement, and for all the time that it's up, it's giving valuable information over to the defense.
I really like the positioning as well from Bleed, because all of the positions support one another. If you look at where Reaps is on that single wall, it's a position that can be easily pre-fired, but as long as that mirror window's up, he will stay alive. And the mirror window's always going to stay up because Reaps can shoot any, Havana pellets, Selma charges, wherever it is, off that window quite easily. Of course, he can't deal with the Ash charges, but, you get the idea. He's there to support the mirror window. And then you also see the mirror window has the fountain rotate. The fountain rotate is then being held by the Solus. Nobody can get to the mirror without going through the Solus, and vice versa. Nobody can get through the Solus without going through the mirror. So all of these positions support one another. And whenever they feel as though they're being pressured from a position that maybe they can't hold, which would be just coming from security from Fury's side, they can then retreat, reinforce up the walls, and you still have that stable ground off the mirror window.
Mentalist going to be the first player to fall there on the Legion. Not ideal. You want those traps to generate over time. Not going to have as many out there as he could have. He could have stuck around a little bit. There's been no response so far from Bleed. Again, just opting for this very static approach and looking to drop off at the right time. Close engagement here for Reaps. Just need to be cautious. The shotgun would be favorable here, and it looks like he's known, and he is. I9 might have the DMR, probably the worst weapon at that sort of a close range, but he gets the job done with it. Hoven tries to find some stability, but I9 isn't finished there. Picks up his second in the round and a third. Nice skinny angle being held there. Just onto that door down inside of customs. Much better stuff from Fury. They finally chalk one up.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it just really comes down to how well Fury can just pick apart that top floor. It was going to be, you know, one of the sites that you'd expect Fury to win, because it is very difficult to hold, like I mentioned. And if you can just slowly work your way through all of the utility that is in towards that top floor, you have no issues. I like the approach that they started off with. Security is probably the weakest point of that hold from Bleed, so take security first. They're going to have to fall back. And once they fall back, that opens up a great deal of the map for you. And whenever they start gifting you kills also, then yeah, it's a big plus. You still have the Ash alive, you can disable the mirror windows. You know, they are bringing the lineup that will deal with how Bleed are looking to set up, and it's really centric around having those mirror windows available. If you can eliminate them early on, then Bleed just have to rely on blind gun skill, which again, it's sure it can get you a couple of kills, but they only get you so far.
And Bleed have that blind gun skill, like you say, but it's not something to fully rely on.
Attackers are moving.
Not seeing anyone really stand up. Hovin 4 and 2 at the moment, maybe the player that you look toward. Third still yet to find a kill here. I9, is it an I9 game? He's 5 and 2 at the minute. It's not the dizzying heights of 8 and 1 that we saw him at previously on Club, but a much better start than that he had on Consulate. We're looking to try and deal with that mirror window, and glass will be broken there. Speaking of I9 and Turd now has a kill. And it is on to I9. Just narrowly misses out on a second as well. Might go for a double dip here. He's confident. Could be a little bit reckless though, especially after getting the advantage. You might want to try and keep hold of it for a bit longer.
Keep the man count, Turd. Done a great job at eliminating the high flyer for Fury. We'll just delay Fury ever so slightly. Again, those mirror windows are still up and at him. And without bringing the Twitch this time, it'd be a bit of a blunder. You know, Twitch worked out really well for I9 just to disable the mirror windows previously. If they're just relying on Dark, I mean, it's one of those situations where he gets eliminated or maybe uses his Ash charge where he shouldn't. It does cause issues. In comes the Monty though. He should be aware that somebody should be right beside him, as there usually is from Bleed. And no, doesn't look as though it's going to be the case as Leader appears, Hoven appears, and 2 kills in quick fashion for Bleed, and it's stunned Fury now.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Bana and Buck are the only 2 operators remaining for them. Gonna be a difficult one to battle back from. I think certainly on the top end of things, just the mirror windows that seem to be causing a lot of issues. You know what, just delayed that push in from the Buck. And Ollie, they're all out of options. I mean, it just looks to be a bit of a deja vu round from the one that we've seen attack previously.
Yeah, it doesn't look great from Fury at this point. 2 versus 5, 40 seconds left to go. We've got a bit of info, but Bleed are doing their best statue impression yet again, and this is how we've seen a lot of these rounds close. Bleed just get themselves to a point where they've got man advantage and they're happy to just watch angles and sit and wait because they know that the attackers don't have the necessary tools to get the job done. The plan A has been thwarted, and plan B, it hasn't been thought through enough in some instances. Shot through the wall there as Leader, he will fall. 9 seconds, a desperate attempt at a plant. C4 in the pocket of Reaps is going to get sent out there, and cover will be found. The plant isn't stuck. Hoven and Reaps are able to come through and clean up those final 2 kills.
Well, Bleed. They lose 1 round, but straight away back into another one, and they will win out their second Bathroom and Teller's defense, and now they get to go back to the Armory again, so the rotation from Bleed is looking strong. Fury, they need to try and break the deadlock. There's even a 4-2 split for Fury. It's difficult, all in, and especially if Bleed have been working on their attacking strategy, which we would hope so. And they could be in for a world of hurt. I mean, keep in mind as well for for Fury, they're going to have no info whatsoever on what Bleed do on board. There's going to be no VODs, there'll be no sessions that you can sit there and look exactly what Bleed are going to do. Fury are essentially running into this blind. Whereas for Bleed, Fury have played this. They know what Fury's going to do.
It is one of the advantages of keeping a map hidden, is that you can just bring things out, and things like these mirror windows, you can continue to try them and continue to just adjust slightly where they're getting played, and it just forces Fury into a headlock. They have to bring something to deal with those mirror windows, and in some cases they're bringing two things. Now, you could argue they bring the Ash anyway, but they are being forced into playing that switch. That switch is a great op, don't get me wrong, especially when there's bulletproofs and other electronic gadgets that you can try and affect. But you do get into a point where you're not really playing your own game, your own siege. That's maybe where Fury are finding themselves at a minute, and could be one of the reasons why they're finding a bit of difficulty converting some of these rounds. And times are tough. Bring the Monty. That's what Lycolis is going to do right now. See if he can try and brute force his way in just a little bit. That office has been a real stronghold for Bleed. Not only down to the mirror windows, but just the togetherness that they are playing within that area. Monty can gather a bit of information, human drone style, maybe can do something to try and break into that.
Mirror windows again. Keep harking on about it, but this is the issue that Fury just cannot get through. They, of course, have the Twitch from I9 again, but Twitch can still be just shot. You know, it's a drone at the end of the day. Leader opens up with a kill, swinging in from Sandwich onto Dark. A lot of damage also being dealt onto Crit J. Well, will be opened up now, and Leader has to drop down. Will get away. Nobody lurking below to try and catch that man as the wall gets opened up. I think it's because they have bigger things to worry about, and really for Fury, it's just been map control. You know, we've seen this armory before. They just really struggled getting into the bomb site. That's another thing as well. I look at Fury, you know, planet-based siege is it's not here. You know, that doesn't exist in Border at the moment for Fury.
No, there's not much that does right now. Not, you could even say it's not kill-based siege. You know, there's only I9 that's 5-3. Everyone else is struggling and scrapping around to get a couple of kills or even stay neutral. Hopping now from BG. He's worried about some sort of a goo mine or something like that, just trying to clear the way a little bit for the Monty. Push through. If you look at Reeps' position, he's got a great chance here at trying to cut off this flank. He's got a couple of angles to worry about, though, and he can hear the Monty getting a little bit closer inside a fountain. Turd playing a real off angle there. Does need to be cautious, but does have the C4 and could throw it on through. A couple of kills coming in for Crit J. That's going to be good for Fury. That is exactly what they need, but time. You could do with a few more seconds on the clock at this point. Monty eventually going to try and push in. Maybe could look to try and get a plant down behind that deployable, but instead he's going to try and firm go even further. They know that Turd's in that location. Turd, all you've got to do is stay alive. You can hear the C4 rip. Turd will get taken out, and the plant does start to go down. A lot of pressure onto Mentalist here. He has to win this engagement. He has to take down the Monty. He eventually finds the kill, but not before the plant has been confirmed. Very similar levels of HP here, and Mentalist being given opportunity to reload that UMP. He hits BG Man down long range through the reinforced wall, through the window. Plenty of time to disable that diffuser. That's a huge clutch there for Mentalist.
Unbelievable! What a round! You think Turd's in the prime position where you can just C4 as the plant goes in? They know he's there. I see the yellow ping. I was like, oh, they know he's there. He gets eliminated. It's a 1 versus 3. Diffuser going down from the Monty. And then we seen a peek come in from Crit J. He gets taken out. Then the ace rotates around. There was a big opportunity as well for Mentalist. He could have just killed the Monty outright. Could have just stopped the diffuser. Diffuser goes down. Monty dies, sure. But then you're in a perfect position. A perfect position. A single window looking right onto the diffuser. There's no blind spot you have to worry about. All he has to do is just sit and wait to hear the diffuser be tapped. And then he swings a single window, gets the kill. but for some reason he's holding the angle, and then he looks away, and then just timing to the highest degree. It's one of those Siege moments, but I don't know why he moved his position. All I did was just sit there. Don't even peek, just sit and wait for the diffuser to be tapped.
Ready. 10 seconds left.
Bit of a fumble. I think it's fair to say from BG Man there. That could be one of the rounds that you look back on when this series concludes and go, probably could have played that one a little bit smarter in the moment. Bleed 4-1 up. No strangers to a lead though. We've seen them have a great lead. We saw them have a 5-1 lead, which is what they could potentially have here on Consulate. And it's still come down to a 7-5. So just because they lead by 3 rounds now doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion. Fury do need to sharpen up a little bit because that's a round that you really ought to be winning. As soon as that diffuser's gone down, even if you do lose the Monty, as the attacker, you have all the cards in your hand. You've just got to play them in the right order. Bait out that diffuser tap, as you say. Bait out that player trying to find you and hide from the relative safety of outside.
For Fury right now, it's what do you do? A lot of things just have not worked for you on border. And now you're dealing with, again, this is the bomb site that you did win. Sure, that's fine, but do you really have any momentum to see if you can win it again? It's just not been good enough. And this is where Bleed have taken a much more different approach as well. All I keep that in mind is they went very heavy with the top floor hold the last time. This time they're going to try and play for the horizontal ache, where they want to try and hold in towards customs. They're happy enough giving away the vertical, which is a little bit risky. And you almost have to play now a retake strategy if you're Bleed. You're looking to go for the flanks. You're looking to play in towards east. And oh, Hoven has to be careful because he's caught now in between that player who is going to be sat on top of the catwalk. But oh my goodness, Turd swings to assist his teammate. And that could be the round done. That could be it over. Oh, Hoven, the timing. Throws a C4, just gives it a minute, and then pops it. Gets the kill. Fury just on a banana peel right now all in. They just keep slipping over it.
It comes back to that togetherness that Bleed are able to play with. And that backing each other even when they're in a really bad situation like Hoven was there. And Turds just going, yep, I can help you. Another opportunity here for Hoven, but maybe that one was just a step too far. Still Turd dishing out the pain. I9 is left with 4 kills to find in 30 seconds. Bleed, they can start to relax. Turd catches him on the drop there. Maybe he heard him, maybe there's a bit of information. It looks like he just saw him, to be fair. He just presented himself on a silver platter. Bleed with a 5-1 half yet again. This time on border. Can they find the 2 rounds a little bit quicker this time, or are Fury going to take us on that huge reverse sweep yet again?
It's looking tough. It's looking rough for Fury. And Bleed now get the attack, and look, I think attacking border can be very easy if you know how to do it. Just Fury looked out of it. They didn't play the way I would have expected. Is that because Ying and Grim are banned? Is that really chokehold them? Is that why? But it just didn't seem fast enough. It didn't seem very, off the cuff, which usually border is, where you can take control of areas of the map so quickly with the coordinate it takes. It just, they didn't hit me with that. It seemed very slow. A lot of their attacks just stemming from trying to take control of east stairs. We've seen them get flanked twice from east stairs. Also, keep that in mind, they got flanked twice from the only position they've been taking control of. Stuff like that, it's rookie mistakes. Now for Bleed, we'll see how they want to go about this. I think Deimos is a great operator for border, mostly because a lot of the positions that you will find defenders in border are very claustrophobic positions where you can't really get away from it if you're found out. You're usually playing in positions that you will just die from. Deimos is great just for winning those engagements against players who can be very difficult to deal with. You think about the Brazil corner inside security. Deimos just tracks you, quite easy then just to move in and kill that guy, because you know exactly where he is. You're looking at him the whole time. Even just to give that information over to other teammates to use utility, use nades, capital bolts, for example. All of that goes into the way of thinking for bringing the Deimos.
And especially with how much a border is destructible vertically, a Vendetta can rip through the floor. You can really find some nice angles there. Great chance, but not able to convert for I9. Got a glimpse there at Reaps. Just hanging out on the top of East stairs. He's going to go for a bit of a double dip there. Just gets a glimpse of the elbow, but neither player can really find each other. I9, I think he lagged there.
He did.
That's super unfortunate for him, but I mean, Reaps is there and he's going to get credited with the kill nonetheless. I9, some poor timing. Not from him, but just poor circumstance, I guess.
Unlucky.
Either that or Reaps slammed him so hard his PC just imploded. It wasn't that nice of a kill though. It was a very, very standard kill for Reaps, but still, it's an advantage that Bleed will take here, and they can start to further it. They've got good control of Office if they want it. They're starting to get that long angle open as well. And they've got a good idea of what's going on down toward 90. Just waiting for this Vulcan canister to dissipate and the Lion scan just to root those defenders in place. The Dokubi call getting sent through as well. We can see that lit up there on the new HUD, and you can see who the players are that don't answer their phones straight away. God, back-to-back calls. This is just egregious now.
Looked as though that Turd actually missed the nade onto the mute jammer, which is currently keeping the Coalesce alive. They need to try and limit that mute jammer. They have rotated somebody below to try and do so, but they just can't seem to find it, and this is causing them so many issues. It's just whittling away the time. BG man finds Reaps because of that. Is the wall opened up now? I think it is. Yeah, I hear the Selma's going off. Critche running downstairs. You just ran past the player who's currently on the drones. Oh, I don't know who's to blame for this. Now the Legion can come in and go straight for the flank. Turd is pushing in though. A triple for Turd. Diffuser called. Here he comes. No way. Critche almost has the upset, but Leader comes to the rescue of his team. 2 players down. What the hell was that?
The comms there from Turd to Leader to tell him where that player was straight away, and for Leader to get that, because there was no time left on the clock. You know, you question who's at fault there. It's ironic as well, because that Bleed player is probably flicking past flank drones that are just near where he is. A real unfortunate set of events for Fury in that round. It started off with the I9 disconnect, and then for that to come out as well, all the player would have had to do was just look slightly left. And they would have very easily seen a freebie sat on the drone. As it stands, match and series point for Bleed. That's the headline. And they have got plenty of opportunity to convert it. A 6-1 lead right now. All they need is one more round. Fury, on the flip side, they are going to be battling against it now. And with what we've seen on border, they're just not up to snuff. They're not up to the level that is required. Bleed looking to power through here, and one of the nice things, if you look over at the kills on the side of Bleed, no one's having a standout. Kurd 7 and 3. It's about as high as it gets. Everyone else just doing their job, winning their gunfights and playing well individually.
Here we go. Is this it for Fury? Final round of the series to see if Bleed can get their ticket. Will it be settled on a customs defense? Of all the places, this is where Fury have decided to go. Statistically, the weakest bomb site that this map has. They went for the denial route where they're bringing in the Cade and the Tabaro, so they're going to try and deny access to the jail wall for as long as possible. I don't think Bleed are interested in that. I think Bleed will just want to try and take control of the top floor and then start working their way down. Maybe you could try and play off the hatches, for example.
Slightly slower approach this time. Reaps, crouch walking his way through office. Has got drones working around him, and the Dokkaebi call may give him plenty of clues, especially if he shuts that radio off and clears the airwaves a little bit. Gives him a chance to listen and see if he can hear anybody out there. The lion scan as well, as is the norm really for Bleed. You just want to try and isolate these players. Bit of a miss drone there. Like Ollis could be in the hot seat here. Does have the DMR, so not the best weapon at these sort of close ranges, but it can more than certainly get the job done. If he has been misdroned, somebody just carelessly tries to wander on through. I guess a lot comes down to this Dokkaebi call and whether anybody is heard on it. Wall now can be opened as well, and like Ollis can still just sort of sit and wait, but Reaps causing a bit of damage on that top floor. He's going to take Dark down.
Yeah, great opening pick. It's what Bleed need, is to get that opening pick. Just puts pressure now on to Fury. They've got that wall open in towards Passport. Has been frozen, but as we know, eventually it will go off. Ollis, mentioned before, he's the player you have to watch, but he will get eliminated. A double though from BG Man. That DMR rips through his opponents, and oh, they almost line up for Reaps. Another trade I gets the bear off, and this time, and again, BG Man holding firm in the site. Looks as though he's going to be pushing his team in to yet another round, unless Mentalist can clutch up. He has done that already here today. This one seems not doable, and it won't be BG Man. My, oh my, what a round from him. 4 kills on the trot ollie to keep his team in this matchup.
Big performance there from BG Man. We thought like Ollis was going to be the man of the moment there, given that he was misdroned, but it all came down to BG Man just playing a little bit deeper there inside of Customs. That's maybe one of the things that Bleed could do with working on, is those third choice bomb sites. We've seen them have a good handle of the primary choice bomb sites, but with this being a map that they have only recently adopted into their pool, there is an argument to say that they could work such harder on those third choice sites. It just was a little bit of a flatter approach. However, the advantage of being 6-1 up and losing a round is you got to 6-2, and you've still got 4 chances before a possibility of an overtime. Those chances will dwindle though if they do continue to make errors or not play to their best, but for the meantime they can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that they are going to be attacking into Tellers and Bathroom. Very standard site here on Border, and one that they will be more than familiar with. The Fury, is it a bit of false hope demo that they're just feeling right now? They're like, they don't want to start believing just yet, but they've won a round. Just take it one at a time, and who knows, maybe they get themselves to an OT.
Who knows? Who can say, but I still think it's a lot they ask for. And we said it was a lot to ask for Consulate. Yes, they got close, but still they lost it because they just couldn't get a grip with their first half of the map. Something similar could be happening to them. They now move in towards their Bathroom and Teller's site. A strong defense site, as we know. Bleed had great success here whenever they defended it. Defended it twice, won it twice. If Fury can possibly try and recreate that with their first win onto it. Seems to be a horizontal take as well from Bleed. Turd will get himself in towards Customs, which is going to be clear for the moment. Nobody home right now from Fury. They forfeited the control of that side of the map. At the moment, they are focused on trying to hold in towards the top floor. At least 3 players upstairs, 1 in Armory, 1 in towards Office, and 1 controlling the 90 area as well. Dokkaebi call. Give information away to everyone. The approach now from Leader, and oh, an outside Fenrir trap will catch him and just give information over to the side of Fury that somebody is looking to push in towards that Armory side.
He's not going to slow Leader down though. He immediately gets himself into CCTV and start to hold a really skinny angle at the top of those metal stairs and in toward the beepers. Gets a glimpse and lets a few shots loose. That's going to give his location away, and it's unlikely now for another player of Fury to try and transition that, but Turd with an opener onto I9. He has been mudded since his big performance on Club. Leader can still look to try and hold this position. The Dokkaebi call goes out. There's a phone that could be hacked here as well, but we start to get into that dangerous twilight zone here for Bleed, where they do stall out a little bit. And like Hollis is going to take advantage of that. Takes Turds to down. 50 seconds left. The diffuser in the hands of Hoven. Now we're going to see Mentalist just start to open up that wall and give his team options for later on.
Comes in. Later in towards Customs. 4 versus 4. Which way will it swing? And plenty of DMRs, but defense full of goo mines up. Is there any more Fenrir traps lurking as well? Breaks. Sees a glimpse of the Legion, but just can't land the shots as more action comes in towards the workshop side of the map. And Crit J clutches up against Mentalist, not 1v1. Like Hollis with the shotgun, buries Leader. And Reeds all by himself isn't gonna be enough to secure Bleed the win just yet. As BJ Man from above gets the kill. I mean, BJ Man, he's the player who's actually impressed me quite a lot today as well. Ollie, there's been a few moments from him.
He's played fantastic, hasn't he? He's stepped up in the big moments. The pressure hasn't got to him. On the flip side, is the pressure getting to Bleed? This is the second time now we're seeing them struggle to close out a game where they've had a massive advantage, not only in the scoreboard, but in every single stat line. Opening picks, KDs, they've been playing better Siege than Fury so far. The last couple of rounds, that's just starting to change. The balance on that scale is starting to tip in Fury's direction. Another round here and they'll start believing. 6-3. Fury taking this one round at a time, the very same way that they took it over on Consulate. Granted, it didn't result in the win, but maybe, just maybe, they've got what it takes this time. Bleed going to be getting increasingly frustrated now as well, as things are struggling to come together for them.
10 seconds left before
Another site to try and dismantle here, going to be going into Workshop and Tellers. It's tense stuff, Demo.
Oh, I don't even know anymore. And I still think that Bleed will just get one round. You know, you can cheese around on border as well. That's one thing you can do in this map. But I just think with the lack of Ying and Grim, it has almost handcuffed a lot of the attacks that I would say both teams have probably wanted to do on border. They are so instrumental to some of those attacks. A very quick Dokkaebi call comes in also. You know, even before the 30-second mark, we already see one coming in. That just leads them to believe that they want to try and gain early control of some part of the map. It looks like East Stairs is what they went for. Straight away, Mentalist is in and actually finds a kill because of it. Actually just disrupted. They were thinking maybe he can go straight in through the window. Instead, just the call. Maybe he catches somebody lacking and finds the kill because of it. GG, man. How's the shotgun? So we will have to try and fight some of these long-range engagements with the pistol. Not favorable. Maybe he accidentally forgot to switch that, by the way, because he had that on during Consulate, remember, for the split bomb site. Is that maybe a blunder from him? I'd say it probably is.
I mean, you've got plenty of shotguns on the team, haven't you? You've got the Legion secondary short, you've got the Mute.
You're not killing anyone
like
from below.
It's like, yeah, it's...
I think it's a blunder.
Might not be what he intended to have. But you can maybe make it work. As we know, one-shot headshot. Pistol doesn't really matter as long as you're hitting him in the head, but it's just a little bit less likely. No scope. Slower round count. We can still gather this information. And for this portion, he can do his job as well as ever. Lets everybody know there's somebody upstairs. Yeah, he's going to get a chance there at putting a couple of shots through, and he's definitely put some damage in onto Leader down at 37 HP. But this is where he's going to struggle in these longer range engagements. It does just look a bit stupid, doesn't it? There's no such thing as an eco round in Siege. Everyone needs an AR. Everyone needs an SMG. Like, you're fighting up against people that have got some serious firepower and you're pointing a pistol in their direction. They are just going to laugh, but maybe we'll be the ones laughing.
Oh,
Especially if he picks up a couple of kills, but with the way Turds is going, it isn't looking too likely. BG Man and Dark, we've got a lot to do, and that pistol is going to become an even bigger topic of conversation. The plant now starts to go down. Turd, he's picked up 3. Dark, he's able to take down Reaps, but he can't stop this plant from going down. He's got 70 HP, and he's going to try kicking things off with a kill onto Turd, shutting down the player that was on for a 4K. Dark himself on for 2. He's try and open up that hatch. This is where Turdster's BM starts to come through as well. 25 seconds, 3 kills to find and a disable. Narrowly misses out on a headshot there. But you feel even if he'd have gotten that, it would still be an insurmountable task right now. Can think about opening up a bit of vert, but the clock really is against him. And it's going to be Hoven to seal the deal here on border. Bleed, they are going to be advancing through into the playoffs.
Yeah, very well deserved from Bleed, apart from their clubhouse, which I think needs a bit of work. They've looked very good in Consulate, taking early leads. Again, another early lead on border. And that's just what it comes down to. Because they've done so well in the first half and Fury just a really long time to get going, they had all of these rounds that they could just fall back into. And you just know eventually they were going to get one of them. So really, it's just Fury's just being way too slow, relying that maybe they give a better second half. Look, Bleed with momentum, you know, with the gunners that they have, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and you just gave them way too much freedom to warm up into the game, and you've paid because of that. But yeah, all credit to Bleed. Look, I think the favorites expected to be first, expected to be representing the Asia region, going over in towards Esports World Cup. So yeah, I think very, very well deserved. And now I'm just more excited to see how they're going to match up, especially with Leader coming in. How will they fare against some of the juggernauts of our scene?
They really will. Well, let's have a look at our bracket one final time. We can see it now in all of its glory. Starting the journey, Bleed played against Rival. They were successful 2-0. They then went on to beat Dire Wolves in a similar 2-0 fashion. Both of those series extremely quick. Fury, the only team to give them any sort of problem here in our closed qualifier, picking up a map, but it wasn't enough. Bleed end the day with a 2-1 win against Fury, and they are going to be the team that Asia is sending to the EWC into the playoffs. A fantastic run from them, and I think very thoroughly deserved. They did a great job there. We can see we are nearing the end of the closed qualifiers demo. You were rattling off a load that have already gone through there. I think we've got NA and Europe left to go alongside LATAM, and then we are going to be looking a little bit closer toward the group stage. That will be played between the 31st of July and the 1st of August. You can see there that there's a lot of TBD in there, but we are slowly but surely filling out these spots and getting these teams ready to get themselves over to Riyadh.
Another great point as well is the format. 2 groups of 8 teams is what we're dealing with. So there'll be a lot of regions just bubbling around in the 2 groups. So I think it'll show for some really great matchups with different regions that maybe we don't see go up against each other. You know, even, you know, Bleed up against, you know, Syria, up against, you know, some of the NA teams that obviously with Bleed, they played some of them, but they never really got to the later stages of the competition because they, you know, they balled their 2-0s, you know, twice now, Ollie. So I think certainly for Bleed going up against some of those bigger villains of the scene, it's going to be difficult for them. I think this will be the real measure of if we're seeing an actual upgrade, an improvement for Bleed, because obviously we've seen them at the major. That's as far as they could really get with that roster. They bring in Leader now. If they manage to progress past that kind of first round, then we know, yes, there actually is an improvement and it was the correct call. But look, only time will tell. It's all well and good talking about the Asia region, but they're the expected team. They've went to all of these events because they have been the #1 team for a long time. That wasn't going to change based on bringing in Leader. They already conquered that region. It was conquering the rest of the world. That's the issue for them.
And I think today, after all the Siege that we've seen, we still don't know how good Bleed are. Because have we seen them play good competition? Have we seen them play bad competition? It's been so difficult to tell. They've had the moments, don't get me wrong, and they've had their big star players performing like Reaps, like Hoven, but ultimately it is anybody's guess. All I hope for the close quals is that we get all 4 Brazilian teams in 2 different groups. We get 2 in one group and 2 in the other, and at least start to mix things up. I'm sure it'll happen. I'm not sure exactly on how the seeding will go. Speaking of other regions, though, if you do want to carry on watching some of the qualifiers, we do have more coming on a little bit later today. I'm going to try and do some quick maths. It is at midnight. Yes, LATAM is going to be the region. It is going to be at midnight British summertime. So that's GMT +1. So it's going to be in about 6 hours, 6 hours, 45 minutes, something like that. So if you do want to stick around, well, I'm not going to say you stick around, but if you do want to come back later on and watch some Siege, go and do something else for 6 hours, but come back later if you do want to watch how LATAM goes, because we still need to decide which team we are sending from that region. But for us, that is everything. I want to say a massive shout out to our production staff, to our observer. It has been a wonderful show today. Shout out to you guys at home watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we will see you soon for more EWC.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.